Boyfriend. Bukan boyfriend. Nama je BF tapi brute force. Nama. Kasih nama brute force.
Brute force. Bizim bölgenin takımı. Çok garip oynuyorlar ya. Bence
İlk 5'e yazdı.
ilk 5'ten çıkarlar.
Ah ya aklıma. Good team.
Ben bizi 3. sıraya koymak istiyorum.
Evet yani biz birinci çıkacağız.
Baba büyük konuşma işte ya.
RCB. Ada ni. Ada bekas. Silas. Bekas PMGC punya champion. Saya predict top 5 lah.
RCB.
Alah.
GC winner terus. Mati dah rah. Tidak mati dah rah. Ramai tim ini. Ramai tim.
77 var. Bunlar çok garip oynuyorlar ya. Bunlar ilk 3'e de gidebilir, girmeyebilir. Ama bunları da 7'ye koysana.
77 juga nih. Dia yang ngambil skill kita ya. Kamu dibawa aja.
So next one STE. Diorang ngeri lah. Tim lama tapi player baru. So bagi saya mungkin tim ni underdog lah. Dapat
ST. Tahu makan ya. Apa ini sama tim?
Kamu tidak.
Orang mati dah terus.
Ayolah. 4MV. The regional champions for ni Sekejap. The strongest right now lah.
Çok kardeşimiz iyi oynuyor. Birinci sıradan çıkarlar.
Reason को best team हो so म चाहिँ 1 में राखेको हामीलाई 5 पारा होस् be humble.
We are humble.
Yer kalmadı ya, mecbur oraya koyalım ya. Aynen. Üstü koymak
Her
lazım.
takım iyi aslında burada da yani.
RS bagus sih dia outer yang
Di sini menurut gua
tengah-tengah lah ya,
rebutan sama mereka berdua.
sama kita ada juga sebenarnya yang rebutan sama kita Lil.
Siapa?
Padai. Ini dia sang kuda. Sang kuda ini bahaya nih.
Timlik hit. Timlik hit. Onlar da işe yarıyor.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry man.
I'm so sorry. Bro.
Sorry see.
Sorry sih. No disrespect.
Kita orang letak diorang dekat situ sebab diorang pun first time PMGC kan. So kita tak boleh expect lah. Tapi boleh jadi kat miracle jadi kat diorang. Tiba-tiba diorang perform. Boleh je. And kita orang harapkan yang terbaik je untuk diorang.
Kendimizi 3'e koymamın sebebi de çok büyük konuşmayı sevmeyen birisiyim ben. Yani hayırlısı deyip geçiyorum.
Musuh terbesar mungkin lebih ke diri kita sendiri juga sih, itu paling penting ya. Soalnya ego masing-masing tuh kadang kan kayak walaupun terlihat kayak blunder kecil tapi impact-nya besar bagi tim.
So inilah prediction kita orang untuk grup Green PMGC ni.
लाइभमा आएर सबैजनाले डिएस टिमलाई सपोर्ट गरिदिनु होला धन्यवाद बाइ बाइ
They stay alive. All 4 of them go, and it is not going to stop here.
Sadece şan ve şöhret için değil, sınırlarımızı zorlamakla ilgili.
It's not just about winning. It's about the sweat and tears that got me there.
Ini bukan tentang sebuah kesuksesan, ini adalah tentang gimana kita bangkit setelah kita jatuh.
Ini adalah demi mereka yang telah menyokong kami. Kami akan membawa semula kebanggaan kepada mereka. And this time, we will give it our all.
To be the one. Yani yeni bir takımım vardı. Sadece o yüzden Dünya Kupası'na çıkamamıştım. Şimdi ama buradayız. Kendi gücümüzü ve kendi gücümü de tekrar göstereceğime inanıyorum. Herhangi bir şeyi sorgulamadım, normal. Girdim, oyunumu oynadım ve çıktım. Çok fazla kasmıyorum yani.
पिएमसी सेकेन्ड भएको चाहिँ कुनै पनि नेपाली टिमको लागि सबभन्दा ठुलो अचिभमेन्ट थियो योपालि चाहिँ हामी आफ्नै रेकर्ड बिट गर्नको लागि चाहिँ तयारी गरेका छौँ कम्पिटिसन चाहिँ हामी भित्र नै हो सो हामी आफ्नै रेकर्ड बिट गरेर #1 हुन ट्राई गर्नेछौँ
Kita semua di hari terakhir PMSL saya kemarin, kita semua diberi video dukungan orang tua kita
di hari terakhir itu bikin semangat kita tuh beda lah. Kita punya tujuan untuk membanggakan orang tua kita.
Saya harap bakat-bakat Malaysia dekat sini semua boleh keluar dan masuk dalam e-sport sini. Saya rasa banyak je lagi bakat-bakat baru nanti. Dengan kejuaraan ini, Malaysia boleh tunjukkan lah yang bakat-bakat Malaysia ni semua power.
Umarım hak ettiğinizi alırsınız. Tek bir hedef, tek bir odak noktası, o da ünvanla ayrılmak. Biz buraya kazanmaya ve izimizi bırakmaya geldik.
सबै टिमहरू जित्नको लागि खेलिरहेको होला तर टिआरएफले पनि अन्डर एस्टिमेट चाहिँ नगर हामी चाहिँ गेमको लागि रेडी छौँ सेकेन्ड प्लेसले हामीलाई पुगेको छैन
Untuk semua masalah yang kita hadapi, kita akan lebih kuat dari sebelum. Perhatikan kita di sini bukan cuma ngisi slot.
Semua power tak dianut, tapi untuk FMB tu hati-hati lah. Sebab rotation kita pun sama, yang pandang rendah dekat kita orang.
From the depth, we rise as one. Relentless, resilient, ready. For the flag, for the glory.
Only the fierce can survive in the 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League stage. There are 16 elite squads in Group Green that will face off, but only 3 will advance to the grand finals. Those in 4 to 11 must claw their way through the survival stage, joining 16 other teams from Group Yellow and Red, while the bottom 5 will face elimination. The stakes are high, making every match critical and every play unforgettable. This is a battle where anyone can be the one. At the helm of Regnum Karya Brais or Silas, a 5-year PUBG Mobile veteran and proud 2022 PMGC champion title holder, leads them with the same fire that once took him to the global stage peak. With his unwavering passion and deep love for the game, he rallies his team, pushing them forward to victory. For RCB, it's not just about winning, it's about reclaiming glory together. Do they have what it takes to return to the top? Hailing from Nepal, DRS Gaming embodies resilience. Once holding the runner-up spot in 2022 PMGC, they aim to overcome the obstacles of CSA region. Now they are here to be the one. Driven by a spirit that refuses to back down and a team full of selfless individuals who support each other, will they finally have their moment of glory? This year, For Miracle Vibes have been unstoppable, with dogs securing MVP titles in PMSL and building momentum. Many local fans and experts say they are better than Alpha 7, and they might just be the next global champion, with an intense hunger for victory that will stop at nothing to achieve world dominance. Are we going to witness the rise of the next global superstar? Representing Malaysia, Selcom DG Alliance is on a mission to bring home their first world championship. Dubbed the Ground King by Malaysian fans, K-Luke and Alliance struggle to claim the throne as they consistently achieve top 4 throughout this year's PMSL seasons. They fight not only for themselves, but for the pride of the nation, hungry for victory on the global stage. Will Alliance finally claim the crown? Group Green is stacked with passion, power, and purpose. 16 teams are looking to prove themselves. Who will advance to London? Who will scrape through the survival stage? And who will face the heartbreak of elimination? The fight begins November 14th at 10:45 UTC. Tune in and don't miss a moment, because anyone can be the one. Welcome back, PUBG Mobile fans. The 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League stage continue with Group Red. where top teams battle fiercely to secure a spot in the PMGC Grand Finals in London. In this week's intense group stage, we have witnessed powerhouse teams battling neck and neck trying to qualify, each one determined to claim one of the three coveted spots in the Grand Finals. First up, Navi made an incredible push towards the Grand Finals. In the second to last match on day 4, they unleashed overwhelming firepower, securing a chicken dinner with 16 elimination points.
And Navi.
This powerful win knocked out a rival team and lifted Navi to the top of the leaderboard and earned them a well-deserved ticket to the Grand Finals. TJB Esports had a bumpy start in the early days of League, but they quickly found their stride, showcasing true Chinese strength.
Another chicken dinner coming through today. This is how you make a bid for the top 3.
Their explosive gameplay on day 3 carried through day 4, locking in their top 3 position in Group Red and securing a slot in the Grand Finals. Nigma Galaxy has made an impressive comeback this season. Led by Raouf, their new roster has been on fire, consistently finishing in the top 3 on day 1 and 2. Though they slipped to the top 5 on day 3, they fought back on the final day to reclaim their top 3 spot, finishing strong with a total of 172 points. Their unwavering determination has officially earned them a well-deserved spot in PMGC final stage. IWNRX, a veteran Turkish powerhouse, started strong by amazing high elimination points, even reaching the top spot on day 2 without a single chicken dinner. A standout performance in their success was this season player's IWNRX Seawolf, whose stellar performance earned him the weekly MVP for Group Red. Showcasing amazing skill and resilience throughout the tournament, he achieved an impressive 41 eliminations and dealt over 10,000 damage during this week's group stage, firmly establishing himself as one of the top contenders in the group. The fan-favorite Mongolian powerhouse, Balkan's Force, faced the challenging start on day 1 and day 2. Despite the intense pressure, they managed to secure 2 chicken dinners in a row, showcasing their resilience. However, early eliminations in some matches made it difficult for them to get a break in the top 3. Now they head to the survival stage, aiming to reclaim their spot in the PMGC Grand Finals. ASIA Esports, a veteran team from Pakistan, faced setbacks in last season's PMGC but has returned stronger this season. They kicked off Group Red with the first chicken dinner, showcasing resilience and consistency, racking up high elimination points, even games with early knockouts. Despite their strong performance, they finished in the top 6 and now will head to survival stage. ASIA exciting gameplay has truly added intensity to the competition and has surprised a lot of fans. Other teams like FaZe were struggling to break into the top ranks from day 1 to 3, remaining on the page 2 of the overall standing. However, they found their rhythm on day 4, refusing to back down, climbing up to the top 7. They now head to survival stage for one final chance for a spot at the PMGC Grand Finals. Team Queso, a formidable team from South America, faced near elimination throughout the league. However, on day 4, they deliver a crucial 15-point game, securing their spot in the survival stage. Now they have one final opportunity to prove their worth. Alter Ego Aries showcased impressive elimination points but struggled to maintain consistent gameplay throughout the league stage. Once again, challenges from past seasons preventing them from securing a spot in PMGC finals.
Our goals is win, but it will be hard, but we will try.
我们也是进决赛的嘛，也不要怕我们吧，有点就能撞过。
This group was really tough for us. It's been hard 4 days. We've been fighting every match.
PUBG Mobile fans, that's a wrap for Group Red. Stay tuned as these teams continue to showcase their determination and skill in the fight for a spot in the Grand Finals in London. Let's see who rises to the top. Join us for the upcoming matches in Group Green. You won't want to miss out.
Whispers of the silent night, soft as dreams in twilight sky. Storm silent night within Soldiers in the fight.
Metro Royale Chapter 23 coming soon. We've added new content in this update, as well as improved the controls. Let's check them out. In terms of gameplay, there is a new enemy in Misty Port and Arctic Base, the saber-toothed tiger. It appears in different parts of the map. If you come across it, try defeating it to get lots of supplies. At the same time, we've also added winter crates. They spawn randomly in Misty Port and Arctic Base. Open them to get lots of supplies. Remember, keep an eye out for them.
Help!
As for game experience improvements, we've added a teammate equipment return feature. In the unfortunate event that your teammate doesn't make it back with you, they will leave their equipment behind. But not to worry, for you are around. Pick up their equipment, which is marked by the teammate icon, and evacuate successfully with it to automatically return it to your teammate, reducing their losses. In this update, we have also made improvements to the lockbox. When you place items into the lockbox, you can decide on how many items to store. This should help you manage high-value items in your backpack. Additionally, you can now also mark supply crates. When you aim at a supply crate, you can mark it on the map using the universal mark button. Your friends will be able to see the mark, helping them locate the supply crate. Furthermore, we've also added a GameWiki access point to the lobby, which makes accessing guides much easier. Use GameWiki to look for Metro Royale tutorials, fun video clips, and more. Oh, and Metro Royale Chapter 23 collectibles and honor rewards have been updated. Don't forget to get your collectibles and increase your honor level to collect great rewards. That's all for the Metro Royale Chapter 23 updates. The season will begin on November 13th. Survivors, get ready for combat. May you evacuate safely with bountiful loot. Fortune favors the brave.
Whispers of the silent night, softest dreams in twilight sky. Storm silent violet soldiers in their fight.
Welcome back from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Indonesia for another intense week of the 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League stage. Last week, Root Red gave us a nail-biting finish, with Nim and Galaxy being able to clinch their spot in the grand finals by just 1 point. This week is going to be Group Green's turn. The stage is set, and I'm ready to welcome the teams. Here we go. RRQ Ryu of Indonesia. Selcom DG Alliance from Malaysia. Boing Donkey ID representing Indonesia. From Vietnam, Team Secret. Plus Kia from Korea. Kagosaka of Japan. Stalwart Esports representing Mongolia. 77 of Georgia. From China, Thunder Talk Gaming. The Vicious, representing Mexico. Regnum Karya Bra Esports from Turkey. Brute Force of United Arab Emirates. From Brazil, Team Liquid. Influence Rage of Brazil. DRS Gaming from Nepal. From Mongolia for Miracle Vibes. PUBG Mobile fans, with everything on the line, I want to know from you at home, which 3 teams will clinch their spot in the grand finals as Group Green action starts now.
Hey guys, AWG here. Did anyone hear Do Brazil? Team Liquid in the house. Do Brazil! Do Brazil! That's all I got. It's really early in the morning here over in Europe, and I completely caught Hot Chicks and Max off guard as they're not really having it. But I just happened to be the host for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2024 Elite Stage. And of course, you got Hot Jukes and Max joining me. Gentlemen, start off with you, Max, this time, because I always seem to start with Hot Jukes. We're back yet again. It's Group Green, the final group here of the League Stage. I'm curious to see who the hell's going to get out of this group.
Hey guys, it's the 9WG here. Welcome back. No, but in all seriousness, Jason, I'm very excited because we've got some really good teams here, and you got the mustache that's been growing. I just saw what? It's been growing
November.
Out. I just got jump scared by a mustache.
I had handlebars. I went handlebars, and then my fiance is like, I'm not going to be a fiance anymore if you need that. So I had to trim it down. But Jukes, you're always looking clean, always looking fresh, man. Group Green on the menu today. 4 days of nonstop action. We've had upsets in both Group Yellow and Red. I don't know what Green's going to serve us.
That's right. Yeah, we had the Group of Death. We had the Group of Entertainment. And I don't know what we're going to name this group, but it's definitely not going to be the Group of Disappointment because this is still quite a stacked group. There's still plenty of OGs in here. You got Team Liquid entering the fray. I'm excited.
It's looking pretty balanced, Liquid, Max. They have the white hair buff minus Cardoso.
Yeah, like I was like, man, some teams typically they have one player with the white or the red hair. No, they have 3. Team Liquid are here to play. I'm scared, Jason. That's too much power, okay? They broke their limits. They're going Saitama on us right now, so be careful, Team Liquid. They're going to do 1v4s all over the place. Oh, scary.
I was thinking more Ultra Instinct, personally, but gentlemen, I mean, obviously the teams you have already qualified through. Looking at Group Yellow, you have Team Spare, DRX, Alpha 7, Group Red throwing out Navi, TJB, Enigma Galaxy. I would say Group Red definitely had some surprises in the likes of Navi, and I would say Enigma Galaxy as well, to be fair. As you take a look here at, of course, all the teams that are participating, but more importantly, what region they're coming from, I kind of want to throw it to you off the bat, Max. Like, which teams in our group are you going to be currently kind of eyeing and looking at?
I think the not send 4MV is going to be a bit, of an insult to the squad. So I think we have to say 4MV okay. I think that after, especially PMWC, they were very disappointed after that performance on the global stage. They're going to come back even stronger. And this is a team that showed in CSA they are the true best team in that region. Of course, Doc being the MVP, this guy is a menace as an IGL player, as a utility player, as a fragger. For me, he is the guy that currently is just anything lower than top 3 or even first place for them is going to be a disappointment. So they're going to try their best to send it the entire way.
And Hot Chicks, obviously, we do have some big candidates coming in from the Americas. Team Liquid and Influence Rage. And I mean, obviously, some insanely strong teams when it comes to Brazil and Americas as a whole. But realistically, how are they going to compare against the likes of teams from all around the globe?
Oh, it's going to be tough, that's for sure. I mean, I think Team Liquid by far is going to be the most prepped kind of going into this one. You got Knight as the coach, and this squad has really made a big statement, especially when it comes into the America side of things. That's going to be one of the big teams I'm going to be looking at here. Influence Rage, they're one of those squads that, man, they got a lot riding on them. I just keep thinking about, was it PMG of Brazil, where we saw a good fan rocking a sign that had Influence Rage on a tombstone. You know what I'm saying?
Metal.
Ever since then, I think these guys have had a little chip on their shoulder, and they're really trying to prove themselves. If they're going to do it, this is the place to do it for sure.
Yeah, definitely looking to dethrone Alpha 7 as the top dog when it comes to Brazil and Americas as a whole. But if you missed out on the prior weeks, well, where have you guys been? You missed out on Group Yellow, Group Red as well. And of course, we're starting things off with Group Green. But most importantly, coming up next week, the survivors from these 3 groups will all be going head to head until we do have our top 16 to play in our last chance. And from there, only 6 more teams can actually join the likes of the 9 qualified here from our group stage into the grand finals, which honestly, I don't know where the hardest part of the stage is, Max. I'm looking probably towards last chance, at least at 6 slots compared to 3. But the competition is so much closer.
I mean, survival stage and last chance, you have to make it through 2 different stages at the same time, Jason. And again, just as a quick little recap, quick little refresh of the teams are currently going through survival stage, okay? G Xavier, you got Falcons, you got I8, you got IWNRX, you got Mirror and Sage who are playing insane in their week, Tiamba, Vampire. Like, do you really, Jason, want to go through the survival stage and last chance? I'm going to tell you, looking at this group, maybe for some of these squads, their best opportunity to head to the grand finals would be this event right here, this group for Group Green, because survival stage, I'm telling you, it's going to be a tough run to try and make it to the finals. So here, you must try your best to make in top 3.
Yeah, I think there were some mixed answers when it came to, like, what's the group of death. And I think we could all agree. We could put, everything aside and say the last chance is the group of death in the end of the day here, considering the caliber of teams. But you can see here, of course, how the point system is going to be working. Pretty much standard to how we've had throughout the last years. And not to mention, Hot Jukes, $3 million. If you were gifted $3 million right now, Hot Jukes, that's a lot of $20, first of all. It's a lot of $20 bills. What would you do with it?
First off, make sure I give a 20 to one of those Infinix people so I can get one of their phones, because I'm the only one on the desk that doesn't have one, and the rest of it, probably UC giveaways, for sure. Support the people,
that's a lot of UC.
So, over $2.9 million in just UC giveaways.
Hey, what can I say, man? You know what? My following is going to explode. Let's go.
Well, you know what? When you start those giveaways, let me know. I'm definitely gonna sign up for these. But as we take a closer look here into our teams in Group Green, one thing that's gonna stand out here, gentlemen, South Korea has been fantastic so far here in the league stage. D plus Gia, can they replicate the performance of Miran Sejong and DRX? That's the question for me.
I mean, they are the true OG South Korean team, Jason, when it comes to the global scene of PUBG Mobile eSport. I mean, especially, man, they're the guys who brought the DBS to the global scene for the first time. So they're taking the blame for that, at least, in my sense. But realistically, D plus Kia are looking fantastic. This team has been looking to play great locally in particular. but we have some standout players on this team, Jason. I'm looking especially at Orsal and Fabian, that these guys, we've seen them every once in a while go to global, and every time they come to the global stage, if it's PMWC, if it's PMGC, they tend to be just these massive standout fragging players, Fabian in particular. So I'm really excited to see how they're going to fare, and especially are they going to play center, are they going to play edge, because they played a bit of both. And with the mix we had in group red and group yellow, what are we going to get this time? It's hard to predict.
Yeah, and I think predicting anything has proven to be impossible when it comes to our groups, perfectly honest with you. I mean, I think we all had our predictions of like who our top 3 teams would be, and honestly, we were all kind of completely wrong with that. I mean, we did get a couple here or there, but I think that's kind of the exciting part of PUBG Mobile Esports at the moment right now, Hot Jukes, is that really any team could be the top dog in the group, could be the top dog of the entire event and take home a trophy. It's just really anyone's game.
For sure. And that's kind of the hard part, especially as an analyst, because you're diving deep, you're trying to figure out, all right, yeah, we're going to see these teams at the top, we're going to see these teams in the middle, at the bottom, and it's just not like that anymore. I mean, we're seeing squads on the edge in Group Red have success, then we see Group Yellow, center teams, kill it. It's just, I'm excited to see what happens here today.
Well, you know what? That excitement can only be contained in the Infinix GT20 Pro, the official device here at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2024, not to mention the World Cup happening back in July with its 120 FPS and 144 Hz AMOLED screen. Hold on, we gotta make the Jukes jealous. Give me 1 second. It's right next to me. I gotta pick it up off screen.
Give me there.
What's this? Should we, how does it feel to be the meat in our Infinix GT20 Pro sandwich, Hot Jukes?
Give me it. It feels great.
Feels great. I mean, I would imagine it feels kind of sad, but you know what? You guys at home, make sure you check out all of our socials here at PUBG Mobile Esports, whether it's on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and of course, TikTok. And on top of that, we still have tickets available for the Grand Finals kicking off in London between the 6th and 8th of December. You guys can go get yourself a ticket right now so you can go participate in some activities going to be happening on site, meet some players, meet some talent, and have a fantastic time, not to mention the good food. I'm definitely look forward to some food there that I can't get in Italy. And also, on top of this, Max, you know what you can do? Not only can you follow Pandemonium_News on TikTok, you also follow PMGC 2024, and make sure you search for any video related to what's all happening here at this event. We always have some great content being produced and shown out here by a lot of content creators and, of course, fans supporting their own teams. And on top of this, another one, Maxman. The PUBG Mobile version 3.5 Iceman Frontier is now available. The Ice Age is calling you and command the frozen battleground with ancient creatures, mammoths, and saber-toothed tigers. The flames of Icefield rekindle now. Make sure you guys go check it out. I think us three are going to have to go hop on a game here at some point today.
I was going to give it a try tonight. If I don't come back, I went down to the dragon, okay? Unfortunately, he's too powerful, but I'll try my best tonight.
Save you.
Please help me, Hot Jukes, defend me.
I mean, last time we played, I think Hot Jukes did kind of carry us back in Saudi Arabia.
We don't talk about.
Yeah, we don't talk about that. You know what? It's because I was fully prone while playing. That's what it was. The stability.
Yeah, but you were smart because we had 7 in the room, and we remember that hot air rises. So you were actually being very smart laying on the ground like that. But gentlemen, as we do obviously head in towards these games, one team we're going to also have to talk about here is Thunder Talk. When it comes to China, we've only seen TJB really show up, and I'm kind of not disappointed necessarily, but I'm kind of curious what the top dog of PEL is going to show us today.
I think that when it comes to fragging power, you got some players that are standout. I mean, we know Flower C, Jason already. He's did a standout performance last time in PMWI, then the last season of PMWI a year and a half ago. He was a standout player there, but now I've really got to highlight a player that I feel like is the first time we're really mentioning on the global stage. It's AJ. This guy's been a regular season MVP in full for PL, and he's been incredibly consistent throughout the entire months of that tournament. So AJ, I'm telling you, for this tournament, he could literally be an MVP of this group, and maybe if they can qualify, maybe of the entire PMGC for 2024.
Yeah, a lot of maybes, a lot of uncertainties here, Hot Jukes. But quickly before we head into this game, what are you looking at for Sandhawk?
I mean, for Sandhawk, I'm looking to see who's going to be dropping, of course, on that northwestern side of the map, because we saw so much success in it in previous groups, because every single time that circle went onto that side, I mean, teams were having so much success. So I want to see if squads will even try to even fight for it a bit because of how powerful it is. Now, even if the zone does go back to mainland, we could still see some serious play. So I'm really interested to see just kind of how that plays out, Jason.
Yeah, we've seen a lot when it came to I feel like our last group. A lot of adaptations, a lot of questionable decisions as well. Thinking back of teams not rotating over towards the Northwest Island, but we definitely had very interesting Sandhawks, obviously being only played once, throughout each day. It's not a map you necessarily want to focus on, but we've seen the likes of like I8, last group, have fantastic performances on it.
Yeah, it can be a good map for some teams. I'm going to say if you're 77, I'd be a bit scared, Jason, because they drop in Trifecta, River Trifecta, and that is right next to 4MV. And we've seen it many times in CSA, Jason. They punish teams to drop around Trifecta, so 77, you need to be careful.
We'll see if punishment will commence here as we're going into our first map of Group Green. Jana and Blake, nice to have you two gentlemen back once again. Let's dive into it.
Glad to be back as well, Jason. Of course, as you say, Sandhawk is up first for our first of the next 24 match set. The next 4 days brought to be an iron test for these teams in Group Green to try and make those 3 top spots and qualify directly for the finals.
Last week now of the group stages here at PMGC, they went off survival into last chance. So there's a couple more stages to go here. It is not all over if you fail in survival stage. There is that last chance, but it is quite literally last chance, and it's going to be incredibly brutal getting towards that stage. But we still have 3 more teams to crown at the top of our PMGC group stages who will be getting that direct invite into PMGC. As we all know, that grand final invite is going to be so important to a lot of teams, just in terms of being able to prep a lot more and even just having that glory on the line for themselves.
Taking a look at these drop spots, Max is right on the 77 drop spot that's spread out on the south side. Looks like might have a little stretch up from Nawato on that southwest edge near that ruins position. That could be punished, but it looks like it's fairly safe for now. And that wide split goes uncontested by 4MV.
Yeah, Naoto's actually pretty far out over towards that eastern side. For 77, that wide split that they take into consideration, it's an interesting one because I think a lot of teams have steered away from this wide split in recent years just because it has become quite dangerous in terms of teams being able to drop on top of it. I think taking this spot over on the first match of the group stage, not a bad idea. I don't think a lot of people are going to be pressuring you out on this position. So I think that for 77, this is actually an ideal time to pull out this wide split, especially now that you have this western shift on the circle where it looks like it could head over towards that south side or over towards the northwest. But I'm expecting 77 to do very, very well in this group stage. They're one of the teams that I 100% have set my sights upon, and we'll see what they can get done here.
Absolutely. I mean, the last team to come into the mix, well, them and Brute Force, right, from the EMEA region, and trying to keep up pace with the teams that have come before them is going to be a tall order, right? We saw that in both of the previous groups, and I will keep bragging about this, coming through and covering the EMEA region, they have both so far topped the tables when it comes to the previous 2 groups, Group Red and Group Yellow, with Team Spirit and Na'Vi towards the top. Great to see. So we'll have to wait to see if 77 or Brute Force can keep up that track record and maintain the strength of EMEA in the face of all the other regions who are looking to put down the rubber on the road and accelerate towards the top.
It's a funny one considering now there is a ton of pressure. But to me, I think an obligation to you guys, the viewers at home, is that for Na'Vi, Team Spirit, I still think the 77 out of those 2 teams, out of those 3 teams now, they are the most consistent out of those 3. Now, I'm expecting 77 to do very well here. I'll be disappointed if they don't, but it would be cool to have another EMEA team on top. But like we're saying, it's a lot of pressure now. 2 teams have made it in at that top spot. It's down to Brute Force and 77. But we do have some other very, very strong teams inside the lobby. For instance, Team Liquid, really, really good teams. 4MV also very, very strong coming into this one, and a couple of the squads here that we might be seeing blasting off, because I think that we do have a fair few squads here that have real explosive potential inside of this lobby.
Stalwart trying to cross up on the north side, getting slowed down. And it's going to be difficult to make this approach with that elimination already from the bridge. Stalwart will have to just stop on this bridge, and this is a really difficult route out there. The exfiltration very, very tricky, and they've got Team Liquid as well pushing up from the south side. It's caught right now in a pneumatic press for Stalwart, and I don't know if they're going to be able to weather this one, Blank, I mean, they get that early knock over towards Team Liquid and do actually get the flush, but that's going to draw attention to them. And because they're split 2 on the bridge, 1 up on the high ground, that player up on the top really doesn't have any cover to work with.
The problem with this location is that eventually teams like Brute Force, Team Secret, they're all going to make their way over towards that western side, but Stalwart continues to lose players. 4MV even finds a player over towards RTB there. So that is a nice little pick-off for them to find, nice and early into the game.
Void Donkey ID just taking those shots towards the approaching players across the bridge. But they are actually... Hang on a minute. Team Liquid, they went for a swim. Or they're trying to, seemingly. They've already managed to get to the mainland, and they are trying to sweep the leg on the hold, the stance that Void Donkey ID have been taking. Something Stalwart definitely weren't able to achieve. They tried to go straight into the face of it, but Team Liquid go around the edge, sneak in the back door, and Void Donkey ID lose a player and the compound towards their south.
Which is really not good at all. Here's that initial spray down coming through. Razor actually hitting some very nice shots there as they flew on forwards. Here's Sanshir up against Cardozen. Sad to see Team Liquid already lose a player, but they do get a bit of a refrag on their side, save them with 1 elimination early. Team Liquid, hyper-aggressive team, very, very strong, very similar to Alpha 7, even in terms of strength, I would say. I think Team Liquid has required a little bit more time in the oven, but I do think they're a very, very good team and not one to count out here. I think in the past we've seen Mythic sort of just absolutely go bonkers on some of his matches. Shots again across the way. Very aggressive start to this lobby, actually.
Everyone's trying to cross quickly, and it's seemingly quite a difficult approach, but it's going to work out for Brute Force. They actually managed to get all 4 of their players across, but they're not safe yet. You can see Chief is ready. He wants to take these shots, but they're across the headland, and it does seem to be that Brute Force have made the mad dash.
A quick maneuver, very, very quick maneuver from Brute Force. One that was somewhat unexpected as well. Considering they start in Cow, likely you would usually go for that Western Bridge crossing. They must have heard the engagement over there, must have seen the knocks coming through and thought, you know what, it is wise for us to take that crossing. We're going to head over towards the shallows, make a quick send across. Some might say that's maybe a little bit more dangerous, but again, they've made it through 4 players. So for Brute Force, it is happy days for them. Really good news.
Yes. Really solid now position on the east side of that Northwest Island. We've seen quite a few Northwest Island finishes. And at the moment, we only have 1 team sat towards the top, and that is Thunder Talk Gaming, right? The team that has the 2-time champion King on side, and they are right now at the top of the mountain. RRQ trying to make the push on in, but there is stiff resistance. They'll lose 1 on the roll-up. Looks like they're going to have to divert. It goes away from the Northwest Island on the ship. This is great news for CAG Osaka, as well as RCB over on that south side near the ruins.
CAG Osaka is a big opportunity. Now, I don't want to see this thrown away. They're down towards the pontoons on that western side, but I think a lot of teams from this location have in the past sort of saddled themselves out of the game, right? They've sat over towards that western side far too long, not done too much. But I don't think we'll see CAG Osaka actually go for a more passive approach here. I think they'll try and take control. They already headed over towards that little beachhead over on that north side, the slopes. They head down that way, which gives you a lot of advantageous positioning versus the teams coming through from Camp Alpha. And they retreat over to the pontoons. God damn it.
They're all the way backed up there. I mean, everybody is going to crunch. These crossings are really difficult. Brute Force are moving so fast in this lobby. They are making incredible headway on these rotates and actually finding these little openings, which I'm unsure right now as to whether they are fully scouted. That seemed like it was just a reaction rotate, but still well done to find that little slice on the north side of that southwest island. Shots from RCB, they are defending ruins from RRQ right now, who have taken up the middle area. The res can come through, so they will play on as 3 for RRQ.
RCB a weird team, very weird team. I think they have very strong players on side, but as we saw in PMSL EMEA, they had these moments of greatness, which really did outshine practically everyone inside the lobby, but then massive portions of downtime from the squad. I don't really know how you fix that, because that feels like just a day-to-day, are we feeling the game type of thing. So yeah, they're very up and down, but when they're up, they do look like the kings of the mountain. But when they're down, they're sand squalor. So we'll see what RCB can do inside of this lobby. I'd really, really quite like to see some more insane plays coming through from Loxy as well as Silas, but will I be treated to it? That's another story entirely.
Only one player left for Stalwart now. A lot of teams getting shredded, and this cross from the Northwest Island is really, really unfortunate, forcing all the teams that made some fairly intelligent rotates, like Team Liquid, to now contest for the river crossings down on the south side. A wide rotation coming through from Team Secret out on that west edge as well, blank that is yet to make landfall, may be contested by the pontoon position for CAG Osaka or DRS over towards Tambang on that west side. This is pretty close by, but currently Thunder Talker on the other side of the hill from Zeta, which means that in general they're not going to have that quick peek over towards him. You're still on that Northwest Island though, and I think that as split as they are, it's going to be difficult. This is an interesting decision for Team Secret to try and make landfall here. They've got to be aware that it's likely there's a team still trapped on this area and not go for that position down towards the south. Maybe it's just a read in, say we've got a better chance at bridge crossing than finding an unoccupied position on the west near Tambang, and an immediate spray down may have changed their minds. A triple coming on through. There's a beautiful little hold there by Razor. Only one player now left for Team Secret.
I think that boat rotate is a thing of the past, honestly. I really don't like it. So for them to try and go for this one and then rotate it on here, yeah, it might have worked, but I just think so many teams are now aware of this type of play, and it opens you up to so many angles of failure that I just don't see a lot of teams make it happen. I would have actually much preferred to see them try and push through Camp Alpha and then play off the back of Thundertalk. So yeah, it's annoying to see them go for this one. In the meantime, there is a lot of action popping off right now, and I'm more curious to see what's happening on the bottom right of our screen rather than this last player getting naded out in the water. But damn.
It's 4MV going for a scrap as well with Selcom Digi Alliance over on the east side. 4MV do win it out. I think that's a third-party entry from actually the last player of Stalwart over on the east side. 4MV, they've lost one player, but they should be able to get the res. They've managed to get 4 eliminations. Goodness me, what a pop-off on the northwest side of Painan. We only got a little picture of it.
Yeah, obviously, we're getting a lot of pips going on right now, which is nice to see in terms of there being too much action or even our observers to contend with, which is fair enough. It has been extremely aggressive. Though I think the most interesting rotation for me so far in terms of movement happening on the map has been Brute Force. It was a pretty stellar rotate they made across from boot camp to the western side and then somehow teleported over towards the northern side of this south circle. It's a super good rotate from them, and to be honest with a team that was in Cow being further into the match than a team like Team Secret, super good stuff from them. In the meantime, Zeta going crazy, taking down King as well. Almost an insane push there, but mostly done off the back of Razor with some crazy knocks on his side.
Yeah, the double 2-shot pump action 1v2. Not pump action, sorry, DBS. Really solid hold there, Razor. I mean, they're just still picking up these players from Team Secret. One player to contend with actually might be a little bit harder than that. They're out the blue zone as well, so do need to be worried. That might be Razor just going down. Team Secret, are they going to get the res here? Are they going to get the med off? They do. It is stage 3, which makes it possible. Goes for the flush, steps out to the rock. Break. I mean, he has about 30 seconds to get this res in stage 3. Could enact it.
I do think no matter what happens, it's going to be very difficult getting across this bridge regardless. For any of these teams on the north, you've got Influence Rage as well as Team Liquid. Zeta's likely to go down. Thundertalk is desperately living for as much time as possible. I think for VO, it's not a bad situation for them, considering they're able to get 5 eliminations, which a lot of times on Sandhawk, not a horrible result. I do think the craziest thing about this, though, is that we have 15 teams still remaining, 43 players. A lot of solos remaining here. But that's all about to change as we get this circle down towards the south side, which is going to create such chaos in the north.
DRS right now in that middle position in that compound. looking to try and hold it out. They have only got 3 players, though, in their compound towards the west side, just around Tambang. We're looking at RRQ making a dash out of ruins as well, trying to cut their path towards this circle and actually doing so fairly successfully. A lot of teams trying to push in towards the middle, and RRQ actually stopping 77, getting eliminated all the way out. Unfortunate push, attempting to go past the ruins with the remnants of the players that they had. A bit of a mad dash, actually, for 77, but RRQ were just a little bit too fast there.
Yeah, for 77, a hard push. Very, very hard push for them to make. I think that when you look over towards RRQ spot, though, they have a lot of control over this eastern side. I'm curious to see how Brute Force deal with this.
On that north side, they will need to push in around that ruins area. Team Liquid, though, on the far side of the bridge, picking up the points before they even go their way. And a nice little pickup there for Influence Rage as well. Holding out on the bridge with Lord down in the middle. It looks like they are getting this res done. Team Liquid now going to try and joust across this tilt yard as Diego goes low, gets knocked as well from across the way. It's a chime in from a third party there. CAG Osaka from those docks, still playing that bridge hold. Brute Force are on the other side of it, and they are actually as well just taking shots, getting these lineups. It's so difficult to move off this bridge. Brute Force can pick up a point or 2 if they're lucky to be able to take those ones away. They've got 2 elims so far. Let's see how much further they can go. It's actually Team Secret to draw last blood from the teams trying to cross. Team Liquid do go down on that approach. And actually the fact that Team Secret didn't go down completely on their position against Point Donkey ID is kind of crazy.
Yeah, they went out to 1 player, right? It's Jaiki, who's still left alive. I think it's well played to both CAG Osaka as well as Brute Force. I think if you're in these locations on the map where you're west and east respectively, you do have to put a lot of effort into essentially taking down all those teams coming across from the bridge before you can begin your fight against one another, or just disconnect completely into the future. Brute Force, though, they take this opportunity to move down towards the south. They're still on 4 players, 2 limbs, not a bad start to their day. They want more points off the back of this.
Lead up to the top, Brute Force dealing with Influence Rage, getting rid of them. But now they've got RCB in their way. RRQ taking shots as well, which makes this fight really tricky to maneuver on for both teams, actually. A little bit more vulnerable for RCB, but Brute Force, they've got 4 players. RCB only playing with the 2, with Wild and Silas on a crossfire. Trying to keep themselves safe. Silas with the smokes, just trying to play that DBS angle. And as a duo against a 4, I mean, this is kind of how you want to play it, right? You know you need to be playing these sneaky angles. On the flip side for Brute Force, they need to be very careful not to overexpose. None of them go down, but there's a trade finally from the inside. Neos doesn't get flushed away, which means Brute Force can continue their approach. The zone hasn't quite moved just yet. They can get this res safely, and they need to get a move on, though, because RRQ know that this is going on. There is not going to be an easy route out here.
Yeah, this is one of the hardest rotates you can make out of ruins. With oversight from RRQ, very likely that Brute Force goes down fairly shortly. I think the only thing you can go for in this situation is a full-on battering ram approach over towards RRQ, or try and swing west, but I don't think that's the ideal approach either. So realistically for Brute Force, I think all they need to do is make rock up, hold a backstop, hope that backstop gets a knock on one of the windows from RRQ, and they overwhelm them with numbers. But yeah, for Brute Force, the prospects in the future aren't looking great. It's going to have to take one hell of a play to make this happen. DRS, Gante versus CAG Osaka.
Just a roll up for CAG Osaka then, and finally leaving from that dockside position, they're moving down. DRS have been entrenched in this position for a while. It's looking good. They've got 3 players. They've managed to get that early pick off the back line as well. So 2 players for them to deal with, Garnet and Naoto. Backlines, there's a third party from the top of the hill, I think, as well. That's D plus Kia coming on through, playing the compound down to the south side of it. D plus have been a little bit further out of this one, but they have 3 limbs now, and they're starting to mount up. Brute Force, this is that difficult approach that we were talking about. They've already lost 2 on it, and RRQ just not going to let them move a muscle. This should be a South Korean chicken dinner here, though, with this shift away. They have control. They have everything that they could ask for on this approach. It's going to be so hard to make a dent in this.
Yeah, there were... Okay, Freezer. There was pretty much only one option for them, which was to send directly at this compound. Like I said, the Western approach not ideal. Freezer has to step up in this moment. Isn't able to do it, leaving Brute Force with just one player going forward. 6 eliminations, top 6 though, not bad. RQ profits massively off this Ruins hold. Now they look to send it away as they know the circle's heading down towards that south side. And you're right, John. D plus Kia in a fantastic position of control. DRS, BC all need to move in, and RRQ at a diminished position on this north side. They are going to struggle.
Top 6 eliminations for Brute Force. They could have got a little bit more value from the bridge position, but they still get a decent game under their belt to kick things off. A spray now for Neos, potentially catching a knock there, not quite able to connect the full spray. Across to the building, has the bricks to hide behind, but the blue zone will flush him out soon enough. It's the first aid will pop. They know the corner, he's going to peek. RRQ going to line this one up. There's no way he makes it out. And Neos just going to commit to the blue zone, probably just deny the point here. Maybe try and heal out a little bit longer, hope that someone else goes down, but no. The blue zone claims it. That's the right play for Neos in my book. And 6 eliminations, 6th place to kick things off. Well, we'll see if it's good enough.
It's definitely not bad. It's definitely not bad. I think the Doc, though, everyone knows how good of a player this guy is, and already finding some good knocks through. Damn, I thought that might have been a full knockover towards RRQ, actually. It is sad. He was trying to crawl around, say our sidelines from VC as well as D plus Kia, but it's RRQ taking nasty heavy hits from RRQ. Oh, I mean, DRS with also D plus Kia sending shots and nades over towards DRS at the same time. South Korea looking to completely flush out this northern side as soon as possible and doing a good job of it too.
Osal with a nade over the top, the alley-oop, and RRQ are shut down in the meantime by the Vicious on the off angle. Now that the circle has... Well, actually, it's not the circle. It's D+ who have moved all the way out. They've allowed the Vicious to take a lot of ground into this circle flank, giving them a little bit more of an opportunity to take this one home. I wonder what the retransition back towards the middle will look like for them, because this hillside now very firmly under control by the Vicious.
Brenozin on the east side, long-lost cousin of Cardozin, as everyone knows. We're looking to have a similar kind of impact. It is a full 4v4 now. DRS in the wings does make life for D plus Kia a little bit harder. And with this next circle going fairly central, that is a lovely pickoff from Nolbu over towards the high ground. Very important pickoff as well, as that position was so critical for the Vicious here.
Nades over a sneaky little position there, and actually up with Reyes into the high ground, looking for the Reyes from the watchtower, and Fabian actually takes the lick, and there's a second as well. Nolbu has to hit the deck, but a big nade nearly. How did that not make it? I think that might have bounced out just in time, but causes the flush to come on through. D+ move into action. 3 players up and in it, but David is close, manages to get one, but immediately traded off. Reyes up on the high ground, now caught towards the middle. This is a really good retransition from D+. It's where I was worried for them, but they've managed to make it work, and now Nolbu's going to face first. Chips on the back line with the nade. They know they're both up by the watchtower. Goes high, making sure there's no threats from the high ground, and Nolbu now has the confidence to move forwards. Will sweep aside. Osal on the off angle as well. A D+, put South Korea back on the map. It happened in Group Yellow, at the start of this tournament. Will it happen again?
Yeah, good game from D plus Kia. Honestly, that end game was very, very fun to watch. It wasn't passive. It was very aggressive. Brunozzi going down, though, terrific mistake from his side. I think what you have to do is you have to play off your teammates from that high ground. But Nolbu finding that knock in the heat of the moment, so fantastic. Let's see what the desk has to say about this game.
Well, gentlemen, I don't know what I'm more impressed with, D+ or the Vicious. Perfectly honest with you, obviously both those teams kind of sit in compound for a long time, but not 2 of the teams I expect to necessarily be battling for that first chicken dinner of Group Green.
South Korea, Jason, they're back. We're back to Group Yellow.
I gotta get Kalaris to record that, like South Korea domination.
the one event Kalaris is not here is like South Korea just dominates. But Hodgix, I feel like for D plus Kia, this game was just, we're just going to keep scaring every single circle shift DRS away. We're just going to take their previous position, and it ended up working out. It gave them a game-winning compound.
Hey, I mean, South Korea, it's all about the southern vibes here because this circle just kept going south. It was ridiculous because I talked about it right before the game started, how powerful that northwestern island is. So when I saw the zone go there, we've seen it so many times, normally lock on top. But no, it just goes down to ruins and ruins it for so many squads. But, I mean, D plus Kia, we're just able to crush it from here. And I love this play at the end, Max. We were talking about that smoke completely eliminating the sidelines from the Vicious. It just made things so much easier for D plus Kia.
Most specifically, it made it really hard for Chips to nade the sniper tower. If they did not have that smoke, I think it would have been an even quicker clear for D plus Kia. But that smoke just gave them a lot of precious time, and especially scouting from the sniper tower with third-person perspective. But here we go, looking at the stats. Noble, here we go. He's going to be a standout. I talked about Osal and Fabian, but Noble being currently the top fragger for his team to get the chicken dinner with a good conversion, actually. 600 damage, 5 limbs. That is looking really solid for their first game. Of course, it is Sanhok, but hey, you get lucky circles, you make use of it, and you get a bunch of limbs. This is a really good execution from D plus Kia.
I mean, yeah, as you're saying, right? I mean, yeah, it just is a Sandhawk, but still, that's 19 points you're getting for your team. More importantly, any one of those points you just got for your team could be the deciding factor whether you make it into the grand finals or not, as we saw over in Group Yellow. So very important here to pick up the win when they should. But one team who maybe hated Hot Jukes talking about Northwest Island because they're like, you know what? Okay, so Jukes talking about it. I believe in him. Let's go Northwest Island. It's a rotate out of Team Secret. But in the end, it didn't really go that way, Hot Jukes.
You know, I'm not I heard Blanket, he said that he just doesn't like the boat tickets. I'm not against it personally, because I do think, especially if you land on that area, it's the play, to be honest with you, you know? If the zone did go up north, usually we see teams rotate to like Padlock, and they just kind of go through that area, and it's fine. But here we saw Team Secret, I think, get a little bit overzealous, Max. You know, they just went a little bit too far into the zone once that circle shifted. I mean, but Blank is right. I think squads are definitely, I mean, they're privy to knowing that a botate is most likely going to come. And that's why we saw a beautiful 1v3 there from Reza. I like the fact that he threw that nade first, right? Yeah. Just to make sure he got that instant knock. He didn't have to, you know, give his position away. And, yeah, Team Secret just got punished.
It was great execution. You put the nade, it hides your position a little bit longer. You get the knock, and it can instantly go into a spray. And he got 2 follow-up knocks after the nade knock. So you got 3 knocks in a span of literally 5-10 seconds. So that was really, really quick from Razor. But going back to the rotation point, it's really interesting because you have to understand that once you're coming out of a rotation, you're always going to be in a weakened state, or because you have to swim to the coastline, or because you have to maybe walk a little bit on the beach to make it to a compound. And just to echo what Blank was saying, Blank should be on this. He's like, you make a really good point. Maybe they could have sent it towards Camp Alpha a little bit further north, go by foot, maybe pick up a car, and then they would have early information on teams like Team Secret, Team Liquid, Influence Raid, and then have a little bit of better tools at that point to maybe approach them and then make their way into the circle. I still think even then it was not going to go their way because of the circle, but it would have definitely given them a better opportunity to do well on this Sandhawk.
Let's take a look at our rankings. You can see, of course, D Plus getting the 19 points for themselves. The Vicious getting 13. RRQ with 10. And RRQ, we haven't seen in a very long time. I think we were discussing during the match. I mean, the last time we saw them was like Season 0 of PMGC. Very, very long time ago. And then, of course, 4V here, Hot Jukes, with Doc surviving, able to get them the 3 placement points to go with those 6 eliminations.
Yeah, Doc. I mean, we saw him laying down there, and I thought he was going to be able to make a pretty sick play, but he got taken out there towards the end. Man, dude, this guy's a legend. I mean, I know that we're going to get into Airgale in a minute, and then I'm going to keep my eyes locked on him because I'm expecting big things from him and his squad. I mean, they really need to start this off strong. D plus Kia, very, very fortunate with this circle. They do land on that kind of like Doc's cave split. So the fact that, you know, they were trying to, it was looking like a really bad game for them. If that zone went into that northwestern island, they would have been in really big trouble. But since it hard shifted down south, they took full advantage of it. And you got to take those opportunities and maximize them. And they definitely did. 19 points, great start.
Yeah, I mean, you give us a great circle. We're going to make sure we use that circle to its full potential to get as many eliminations as humanly possible, which is what we've seen from D plus Kia. We also saw it from the Vicious. But we also have to highlight the Vicious, right? I think a Team Jukes that, if we have to be completely fair, not too many people are really paying too much attention to as a top 3 contender, but this game was very solid. They were in their compound. They do a little bit of a 2-2 split to then take control of the high ground position without taking too big a risk against D plus Kia, then take full control of the mountain in the next circle because they have that early information from that 2-2 split. It was clean. It was on point. Sure, were they not able to win the fight versus D plus Kia? Sure, that didn't quite work out, but rotation-wise, it was pretty solid. So, yeah, I'm excited to see if Vicious can do that on the other battlegrounds and not just Sandhawk.
Well, another team I did want to touch on here, Regnum Karya, bro. Max, we were discussing, during the game, Silas, if I'm not mistaken, it's his 5th PMGC, a true veteran of the highest level of competition here. Maybe even laughing a little bit because SRG didn't qualify. Only get 2 points, but they were up towards Ruins.
Yeah, Ruins is always going to be a little bit of a tough spot. I mean, lucky for RRQ, they were able to get out of Ruins, but Regnum Karabra were stuck in one of those warehouse-like buildings to the west of Ruins, and leaving that spot when you got teams around you is always tough, and especially Brute Force, sending it the way they were doing it, with a bunch of smokes just hiding their transition point, and then just getting close enough to use the DBS, use the UMPs or the M4s, and just completely obliterate them. Good execution from Brute Force, but I think that Ruins is always going to be tough, Jason, so Regnum Karabra, maybe the next game, do we have on Sanok? Just avoid Ruins because it's not too fun.
Speaking of avoiding, man, Jukes, take a look at the Northwestern Island. You had Team Liquid and Influence Rage there, where Influence Rage kind of got ahead of Team Liquid on the bridge, able to camp them out.
Yeah, and that was kind of crazy because, if that zone did go up to that north, they would have been in a really, really great spot to just destroy squads on their way in. But since it did hard shift south, they were just stuck forcing to fight each other. And it's a tough situation. But, when you have a hard shift like that, you just got to put points on the board. And I think that's what they were going for here. It's one of those games you just got to shake off. And Erangel's coming up next. That's the time to really start putting in work.
I think Thunder Talk was just like, are we being teamed right now? I mean, one Brazilian squads are left, one Brazilian squad on the bridge. Like, where can we even go? But yeah, a little bit of a rough showing for any team coming in from that Northwest Island. But again, like we're saying, it's Sandhawk. I think our eyes are definitely going to be towards what Erangel could potentially show us.
So next one, DRS. Gol letak je lah. Wait, Mai.
5. gelişim. DMGC benim mekanım. Herkes yanına denk kalsın.
Sorry guys.
Hello, nama saya Keluk daripada tim Selcom DG Alliance. Hello, saya Jimmy daripada Selcom DG Alliance.
Halo, aku Nerpeko. Halo, aku Mercy.
Hello guys, this is Killerworthy from DRS Gaming.
This is Sleepy from DRS Gaming.
Merhabalar, ben Regnum Karabra takımından Silas.
Ben de Loxy.
Hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Bugün Grup Yeşil'in sıralama tahminini yapacağız. Hepinize iyi seyirler.
Yang pertama adalah kita sendiri, anarki di lane. Kita mau taruh diri kita di mana nih? Tengah-tengah. Berarti kita kedua.
Anarki'yi 9'a 10'a koyalım.
Ver. Niye ona koydun?
Yani eskiden çok iyi oynuyorlardı. Şu an çok iyi değiller yani. Eski kadrosu değil. O yüzden ona koydum.
So, Void Donkey ni saya merasakan biasanya first day and last day dia baru bakal perform. Mungkin saya letakkan 12.
Sebelahan lah.
Sebelahan. Kenapa kau taruh VD di sebelah?
Biar ini aja, sesama Indo kiri kanan.
Sama Indo kiri kanan.
Iya.
Oh, Team Secret. So, first time juga. Aku rasa. Okay, kau letak random je.
Team Secret. Dos mana guna? Good team.
Okay, Selcom DJ Alliance team kita orang. So, saya predict mesti ada laptop 3. Saya predict pilih tengah-tengah. Realistik.
Ya. Sabar, kita taruh dia di 4 karena dia suka banget finish di 4 di PTLC ya.
Oke, kita taruh di 4 ya.
Iya, taruh di 4 ya. Yang kita taruh di 4.
Nomor no berlaku. Alhamdulillah good team.
Next team deh. Boyfriend. Bukan boyfriend. Nama je BF tapi brute force. Nama kasih nama brute force.
Brute Force bizim bölgenin takımı. Çok garip oynuyorlar ya. Bence
İlk 5'e yazdı.
ilk 5'ten çıkarlar.
Oh ya berlaku. Good team.
Ben bizi 3. sıraya koymak istiyorum.
Evet yani biz birinci çıkacağız.
Oğlum büyük konuşma işte ya.
RCB. Ada ini. Ada bekas Silas. Bekas PMGC punya champion. Saya predict top 5 lah.
RCB. Alah. This winner terus. Mati nih dah. Tidak mati nara. Seperti ini. Ramli tim ini.
77 var. Bunlar çok garip oynuyorlar ya. Bunlar ilk 3'e de gidebilir, gidebilir. Ama bunları da 7'ye koysana.
77 juga nih. Dia yang ngambil skin kita ya. Kamu dibawa aja.
So next one STE. Diorang ngeri juga. Team lama tapi player baru. So bagi saya mungkin team ni underdog lah. 8.
ST. Tak makan ya. Apa yang disebut tim?
Kamu tidak.
Orang mati dah terus.
Enak.
For MV, the regional champions for ni Sekejap. The strongest right now
Top kardeşimiz yönüyor. Birinci sıradan çıkarlar.
Region को best team हो, so म चाहिँ 1 में राखेको MV लाई 5 मा राख्नुहोस्. Be humble.
We are humble.
Yer kalmadı ya, mecbur oraya koyalım ya. Aynen. Üstü koymak
Her
lazım.
takım niye aslında burada da yani.
DRS bagus sih dia outernya.
Di sini sih berdua lah. Rebutan lah mereka berdua.
Sama kita, ada juga sebenarnya yang rebutan sama kita, Lil. Yang
Siapa?
waspadai. Ini dia, sang kuda. Sang kuda di bahaya ini.
Tim Liquid. Onlar da şey.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry, man.
I'm so sorry, bro.
Sorry, Missy.
Sorry, CAG. No disrespect.
Kita orang letak dia orang dekat situ sebab dia orang pun first time PMGC kan. So, kita tak boleh expect Tapi boleh jadi kak, miracle jadi kat dia orang. Tiba-tiba dia orang perform, boleh je. And kita orang harapkan yang terbaik je untuk dia orang.
Kendimizi üçe koymamın sebebi de çok büyük konuşmayı sevmeyen birisiyim ben. Yani hayırlısı deyip geçiyorum.
Musuh terbesar mungkin lebih ke diri kita sendiri juga sih. Itu paling penting ya. Soalnya ego masing-masing tuh kadang kan kayak walaupun terlihat kayak blunder kecil tapi impact-nya besar bagi tim.
So inilah prediction kita orang untuk Group Green PMGC ni.
लाइभमा आएर सबैजनाले डिएस टिमलाई सपोर्ट गरिदिनु होला. धन्यवाद.
Bye bye.
They stay alive. All four of them go, and it is not going to stop here.
Sadece şan ve şöhret için değil, sınırlarımızı zorlamakla ilgili.
It's not just about winning. It's about the sweat and tears that got you here.
Ini bukan tentang sebuah kesuksesan, ini adalah tentang gimana kita bangkit setelah kita jatuh.
Ini adalah demi mereka yang telah menyokong kami. Kami akan membawa semula kebanggaan kepada mereka. And this time, we will give it our all.
To be the one. Yani yeni bir takımım vardı. Sadece o yüzden Dünya Kupası'na çıkamamıştım. Şimdi ama buradayız. Kendi gücümüzü ve kendi gücümü de tekrar göstereceğime inanıyorum. Herhangi bir şey sorgulamadım normal. Girdim, oyunumu oynadım ve çıktım. Çok fazla kasmıyorum yani.
PMGC सेकेन्ड भएको चाहिँ कुनै पनि नेपाली टिमको लागि सबभन्दा ठुलो अचिभमेन्ट थियो. योपालि चाहिँ हामी आफ्नै रेकर्ड बिट गर्नको लागि चाहिँ तयारी गरेका छौँ. कम्पिटिसन चाहिँ हामी भित्र नै हो, सो हामी आफ्नै रेकर्ड बिट गरेर #1 हुन ट्राई गर्नेछौँ.
Kita semua di hari terakhir PMSL saya kemarin, kita semua diberi video dukungan orang tua kita. Di hari terakhir itu bikin semangat kita tuh beda lah. Kita punya tujuan untuk membanggakan orang tua kita.
Saya harap bakat-bakat Malaysia dekat sini semua boleh keluar dan masuk dalam e-sport sini. Saya rasa banyak je lagi bakat-bakat baru nanti. Dengan kejuaraan ini, Malaysia boleh tunjukkan yang bakat-bakat Malaysia ni semua power.
Umarım hak ettiğinizi alırsınız. Tek bir hedef, tek bir odak noktası, o da ünvanla ayrılmak. Biz buraya kazanmaya ve izimizi bırakmaya geldik.
सबै टिमहरू जित्नको लागि खेलिरहेको होला, तर डिआरएसले पनि अन्डर एस्टिमेट चाहिँ नगर. हामी चाहिँ गेमको लागि रेडी छौँ. सेकेन्ड प्लेसले हामीलाई पुगेको छैन.
Untuk semua masalah yang kita hadapi, kita akan lebih kuat dari sebelum. Perhatikan kita di sini bukan cuma ngisi slot.
Semua power tak dianut. Tapi untuk MV tu hati-hati lah. Sebab rotation kita pun sama. Jangan pandang rendah dekat kita orang.
From the depth, we rise as one. Relentless, resilient, ready. Modern flag, modern glory.
only the fiercest can survive in the 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League stage. There are 16 elite squads in Group Green that will face off, but only 3 will advance to the grand finals. Those in 4 to 11 must claw their way through the survival stage, joining 16 other teams from Group Yellow and Red, while the bottom 5 will face elimination. The stakes are high, making every match critical and every play unforgettable. This is a battle where anyone can be the one. At the helm of Regnum Karya Brais or Silas, a 5-year PUBG Mobile veteran and proud 2022 PMGC champion title holder, leads them with the same fire that once took him to the global stage peak. With his unwavering passion and deep love for the game, he rallies his team, pushing them forward to victory. For RCB, it's not just about winning, it's about reclaiming glory together. Do they have what it takes to return to the top? Hailing from Nepal, DRS Gaming embodies resilience. Once holding the runner-up spot in 2022 PMGC, they aim to overcome the obstacles of CSA region. Now they are here to be the one. Driven by a spirit that refuses to back down and a team full of selfless individuals who support each other, will they finally have their moment of glory? This year, For Miracle Vibes have been unstoppable, with Pubg securing MVP titles in PMSL and building momentum. Many local fans and experts say they are better than Alpha 7, and they might just be the next global champion, with an intense hunger for victory that will stop at nothing to achieve world dominance. Are we going to witness the rise of the next global superstar? Representing Malaysia, Selcom DG Alliance is on a mission to bring home their first world championship. Dubbed the Crown King by Malaysian fans, K-Luke and Alliance struggle to claim the throne as they consistently achieve top 4 throughout this year's PMSL seasons. They fight not only for themselves, but for the pride of the nation, hungry for victory on the global stage. Will Alliance finally claim the crown? Group Green is stacked with passion, power, and purpose. 16 teams are looking to prove themselves. Who will advance to London? Who will scrape through the...
Here to continue discussing how the second match can play out. And honestly, off the start for South Korea, again, showing that South Korea might be the region to beat currently, as they've already been able to score DRX to qualify through to the grand finals. Mir and Sejong already showing they can battle with the best here. And of course, D plus Kia starting off strong. Would that count as a white hair buff, Max?
No. I would wear that though.
It's like a cloudy day over their heads, 24/7. So I don't know how I feel about it.
Must be comfy though. Like that looks very. I would lay my head on that and fall asleep during the game. So I don't know. That seemed like kind of dangerous.
Max, I don't know if you'd be falling asleep. You're kind of put it on your head and be like, "Oh, I have hair. This feels nice."
I knew that was coming. I saw him like, it's gonna happen.
Right
Jason's gonna do it.
I mean, of course. It's just like, you know, it's something that's guaranteed in life, like death and taxes.
Is that guaranteed? Okay, maybe. I don't know.
It
This is weird. Why did we go back to us?
100% guaranteed. Well, one thing we can't talk about, Stalwart, man. A surprise team when it comes to CSA, especially considering how the spring season went. Obviously, they did have some major roster changes, even some name changes for a certain player here as we're into the league stage of PMGC. I'm curious if later on we're going to have any sort of contention over in Picado with this team who gave us headaches every single time we had Miramar with them playing up against noobs. But we'll see what's going to happen. 10 seconds away before we head into this match. So, prediction time. Max Ben.
Again, Thunder Talk.
Again, Thunder Talk. Hot Jukes.
Hey, you know what? I'm staying with Regnum Karya, dude. I have a feeling the zone's going to go near Rozhawk, and I think it could be really, really beneficial for them.
All right, well, let's find out. It's going to drop into our first angle of 3 of the day with John Allen and Blink.
We got a big stretch of 12 Erigals that sit before us this week, but we are setting up for Battle of the Champions here on this one between RCB with Silas and Ray Z, previous winners, and King. the two-time champion. Between the two teams, they got the same number of trophies on board, so let's see who's going to win it out on our first Erringo.
And they stay alive!
Hey!
A classic John quote.
That's right.
A blast from the past right there. But yeah, we are heading over. Ooh, look, it's very central playing path up towards that north side. I do agree with Hot Chicks. They're going to really, really have a good time here. And I'm assuming that there's going to be a lot of action down towards this southwest side at least. Considering the playing path, you already have Thunder Talks as well as Forum V, Team Secret, all down towards the south in Sosnovka. Sort of an interesting start to the game, I would say, for those three teams. It's going to get pretty messy towards the early game. There's really only enough vehicles here to support basically 2.5 teams, I'd say. So for one of them, it's going to be a little bit more rough. So I like Thunder Talk's initial understanding here. They see that there's two separate teams on side, so what they do is they head on out, they pick up all the vehicles they can, which they will need in the future as we get a northern shift on the circle. Brute Force will be very happy playing over towards Severny, and already there is our first knock and flush of the game.
It was CAG Osaka, who actually are going on a weird bit of a flex out here. They've gone with Matern all the way down towards southwest side near Ferry Pier, completely split, but seems like the rest of the team, they're going to find a little scrap of their own, take RRQ on near Pachinki, and get a point for it. So a good start for CAG Osaka, but they are in a bit of a tenuous split right now. We'll need to see them regrouping around Stalwart, who are spread around Quarry and out to the east of it as well. The circle, we're going up towards the north for our first lap around the green grassy pastures.
Yeah, I think it's interesting as well for COG Osaka, just in terms of that split. It's not actually as horrible as it looks. I don't think a lot of teams are going to be venturing too far into Ferry Pier early on anyway. Matsson's already found a vehicle and he's prepped and ready to go inside of it. The rest of the team sends a little bit further up. They catch a player off who is on that eastern edge of Gatka Fields. I think it's completely reasonable for COG Osaka. So, you know what? Well played. Good start to their game. One elimination and clearing out a little bit of that northern side, which they know they'll have to rotate through in the future. It's a great decision and a great pickoff for them. D+ here on our screens. Nolbu chipped Favian as well as Osal. Very, very good team, as we've seen multiple times in the past. They already picked themselves up their first chicken dinner of the day, sitting themselves proudly with 19 points. And we're talking about how in Group Red, actually there was some seriously good plays coming through from the South Korean representatives. Unfortunately, it did fall off quite quickly. Now, I hope the same is not to be said for D+ here, though I don't think that this is, how do I put this without sounding mean? I think that Group Red was very competitive, right, all the way to the end. Group Yellow, Group of Death, as we like to say, considering it had some very, very strong teams in there, but even that lobby was quite close, all things considered. I think that it's going to be slightly less close of a lobby. I do think there are going to be some definite standouts.
Okay, I mean, I think given what we talked about over the course of it as well, and what it seems like a lot of the teams are predicting too, is the 4MV are just going to be able to sweep this one away. We saw them get 9 points on that first match. We'll see if they can keep that pace up. We were on board briefly with 77 as well during our studying around the map on this early opener. Actually, it looks like Influence Rage may be on board with 77 here as Magnum on the bike. He's spotted, but Board doesn't want any part of it. They're just staring each other down right now. 77, they had a pretty difficult approach to the Sandhawk Circle, but they did manage to get 2 points out of the game. Hopefully this time around, with the circle being a lot closer to their location, they'll have a better time of it and a better chance. Is this the first time that we've seen everybody after the first game be off the 0 point mark in the groups? I'll have to go back and check. Everybody got at least one.
Yeah, I think genuinely that might be the case. You're right. Everyone gets one. It's some. You know what's funny to me? Actually, we'll talk about it later. As RRQ try and cross the bridge.
Damn.
RRQ. I mean, to be fair, a lot of times you'll see teams cross this bridge and they'll at least get something done off the back of it. But I do think of rotating across the bridge when you know it's a northern circle, you know that plane path has allowed teams to get over towards this north side. You know teams are going to be holding over towards Box Compound Bridge anyway, and then rotating in a singular vehicle. RQ kind of asked to die there. They asked to die. They said, hello, maybe please be knocked out early.
They had three players as well from that early engagement with Seiji Osaka, right, on that early knock around that vehicle position. So maybe it's just like a little mental boom on the game. You just go for that sort of a play. You're like, oh, what? We've lost this player. Oh, that's rotten. Let's try and pick it up, and then just completely forget how to play the game for a little bit. It seems like that may have been what's happened there. So third place back up for grabs. It's on the menu for 4MV, for everybody else as well on that lower side of the table. 77, I think they're just about regrouping up towards the north side with Magnum, trying to be that north outpost for them, and they'll look for the positions to keep themselves nice and tidy on the north edge of that Roshok bank. We saw as well Thunder Talk earlier from the south side flank, actually rotating free and clear from the military island. No bridge guard from DRS or from Udu on that. From Alliance on that south side coming on in. So a nice easy rotate up towards the north side potentially for Thunder Talk.
Yeah, honestly, for Thunder Talk, they did a good job. I think they picked up vehicles early, like I was saying earlier. Fantastic stuff. Here's that replay. Here's a step up from Lorazin. Yeah, it's just clean. I mean, there's a backstab there as well that comes through. RQ attempted to fight back, but it was not quite enough. And the fact they didn't spot the player as they were crossing past was unfortunate. I do think you have to stop and at least scout a little bit on that position. But yeah, that's sometimes how the cookie crumbles. I was going to say earlier, it's funny to me that we sort of really have moved away from the boy naming scheme. And I think Little Boy is one of the few ones to still keep that one going. That's like, we've had some crazy names in the past for that one. Like, I mean, Fireboy, that was a cool one. Power Boy, he's still here. That's another cool one. Little Boy, I mean, I respect it. You're not going to call yourself Big Boy, but
well, you might do. I don't know.
You might do. Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, little boy, he's still keeping the tradition strong. Fair enough to him.
I mean, I think it was all the way back in PMCO in Berlin, right? You had Paraboy.
It was four of them.
And then,
Fireboy.
Fireboy. I can't remember who the other boy was, but yeah, everybody started doing that. Maybe we're getting the era of the Zin as well, because we've got Cardozo leading the way on that.
I can't remember if I was just, I can't remember if we had. I think Yuhai, maybe you done it as a meme, because like, he was Yuhai Boy for a while as well.
Didn't we have Micro Boy as well?
Micro Boy, yeah, it was good. It was a great time. It was a real strong era of PUBG Mobile.
Stop being silly now. We're moving into the grown up period of this one. So let's get Paraman. Let's get Fireman.
Fireman. Damn, he's putting out the fires in this lobby. What else we got? Micro Man.
Yeah.
Little Man.
Well, maybe it's time for Bruno Man or Bruno Zin, whichever one. I'm going to forget completely by the end of it. Thunder Talk, they have managed to make their way all the way up to the West Bridge around Yasnaya, playing split on it as well on the northeast side. Leaving their players towards the back is an interesting decision, because they had gotten pretty much everyone over to that west edge. I mean, you scout that out, you clear it out, you're ready for the fight, and then you put players out to the east here. This is an elimination gathering play, right? You're leaving players to play around this bridge, stop this eastern rotate to come through from the teams that are going to look to push in. But it's also going to be giving them an opportunity to move back south of the river.
Thunder Talk here. It's an awkward rotate, because I think they made the right choice, right, moving over towards that northwest side. I think it's a strong position to be in to cross that. But you're right, moving back down again versus the Fishes. Not an ideal scenario. We do move over towards Roshok. Haha! D plus and center of the circle. What a strange coincidence. We saw this a lot in the past, actually. I think D plus was renowned and honestly very well known for being center circle team. But now even the Circle bows down to their greatness and just moves on top of them. So fantastic stuff. I think D+ may be on for another big game here.
Certainly a big opportunity if they can get control of that hillside. RCB over towards School and Apartments. You've got 77 out towards Sunken, who also have a decent outpost to control the west side of this one. A difficult area of land, those headshot hills, the rolling, undulating terrain that doesn't really... It provides you with a modicum of cover, but it's a really dangerous area to try and move around. 4MV, you can see they're on the south side of it, playing up towards these compounds north of Pachinki on a 2-2 split and actually controlling both of them, Flank.
It's not bad. It's not bad at all. I think for 4MV, I actually really respect the position they're in. It's very aggressive, but I think, again, this is what happens when you're a team that understands the capabilities that you have. You can start to make some interesting movements. Here's Doc once again up against Cdal. Audio. One of my favourite names in esports currently of PUBG Mobile. That's a good nade, actually. Fantastic stuff from Doc. Wow. On a reposition as well. Those aren't easy to hit. I think a lot of times you really do need to read into what a player's doing. And I think 4MV has always been very, very good at that. Even just watching their own games in their own region, nades is something that has always been a fantastic addition to their firepower, just in terms of how accurate they are with them and what kind of openings they're able to get. Circle does move down towards the southwest, so no longer favours D+ as much. Now, 77. I've got a lot of skin in the game here with this team. I was talking about Jason with this one earlier, saying I think that they'd win Grand Finals. But we'll see what happens. Maybe I'm completely wrong.
Maybe they get knocked out right now. Finals, not even just this group.
Dude, that was wild.
That's a lot of skin in the game. Oh my goodness me.
Yeah, a lot.
You've been having an interesting time there. Ooh, big nade. Through from GA. Was Fabian outside the window as well? So he launched it through. He knew there was a player on that balcony. Big bouncer, perfect place. And D+ may have just been pushed aside here by Thunder Talk, but still not going down without a fight. Chips takes down White.
Yeah, very, very important knock there coming through from D+, but they're not able to get Fabian back up again. 77 going hell for leather versus brute force over on that western side. There's knocks going either way. Again, I feel bad for the poor observers, man. There's like 3 fights going on at the same time all the time. But yeah, we're on board right now with D+, as well as Thunder Talk. I mean, definitely an important fight to keep eyes on, just because D+ won that last game, and they had a big opportunity here. And the fact that Thunder Talks have been able to get in towards this position, somewhat mesmerising. As we were talking about earlier, they made that early rotation, that early crossing over towards that northern side, and I've actually been able to swing this into a very favourable approach into the circle.
At the moment, though, Thunder Talk and RCB, the two teams that the desk was looking at for the start of this game. RCB faring the better of the two. The nades from Nolbu, the Molotov to break down the door. Little scrap up. What's this? A roll-up coming through. There's 4MV taking on Team Liquid. Doc there needs to try and keep his teammates safe. They have lost only Apex, and Team Liquid, they can't find a single way on in there. Go down really quickly. Nice hold for 4MV after their regroup. Team Secret in a scrap as well. And K-Look, the last to go down for Cellcom Digi Alliance. And it seems like they will crumble in the face of it.
Yeah, massive plays coming through from 4MV. A crash from Team Liquid isn't something that's easy to handle, and 4MV make it look fairly easy. Some really good nade usage coming through from that team. Looking over towards 4MV, very strong spot still. CAG, Asaka over down towards the southwest side, and then RCB holding it in School on the northeast. D+ struggling to find an opening here. Nolbu does get knocked, but a good shot from Osal. Now Shing, 66, around the corner. Osal's going crazy with the DBS.
King on the inside can't help either. And Osal with the DBS through the window takes down Thunder Talk. D+, they only have 2 players left standing, though. A really unfortunate turn of events for them in what was a really important part of the circle. Now RCB get priority on that northeast side of the map. They can look to transition away from School, out into the hills. They need to deal with DRS, though, and the duo from D+. You can't count them out just because they're 2 players. We've seen a lot of damage inflicted from that in the past.
Yeah, it's especially at this stage of the game, in the tournament structure, anyone who's here is fearsome, right, whether they be on one player or all the way to 4. So it's not something you can easily just look away from. VO move up towards a position again that sits on this little ridge side. I wonder if we're going to see some more 4MV nades over this way. We'll wait and see. In the meantime, 4MV understand they need to move northwest. So a good pickup from VO actually. I think that's really astute gameplay considering where the circle goes. They know that a team has gone down previously towards that position earlier on in this match, but now it becomes much more influential with the way the circle's going. You can control a lot of this southeast side by forcing CAG, Osaka, 4MV, Team Secret, RCB all have to face off against one another, and you can be relatively safe over towards the northwest. So fantastic stuff from VD.
Void Donkey ID playing out in the open though, and they have to.
Void Donkey.
It's an interesting name. I'm a fan. I think I'm enjoying it. Void Donkey ID it's fun to say. We'll be lacing it in there, I'm sure. The Vicious coming off of their Sandhawk performance, looking to take on DRS. A little drive by there, the wrap around, the loop-de-loop coming through as DRS make their approach. But Sleepy asleep at the wheel there and has to slide down. Fortunately though, there's damage coming in from the rest of DRS. Reyes seems to be a little bit clumsy on his pullback and will not be able to get away from it either. The blue zone pushes in, but DRS have excellent openings to find here. Difficult approach towards David on the top floor of the building, but DRS, they've actually done the damage here, and sure, Demenor's going to try and take a couple of shots out, but DRS should just be able to get away from this one. Should be far more preoccupied on the Vicious as trying to get their teammates back. They've already lost fully now. The spray down's out to the open. The only way they can get retribution, but the reload has to come through. The spin outs there. Will find some cover. Maybe look for the heal out in the open, but finally managed to get the knock.
I mean, there was multiple times where realistically DRS should have maybe taken more than a knock there, but that felt like a very much we don't give a damn moment from DRS, just sending all out. I mean, they got 2 knocks going through insta flushes. Actually, I think them getting the flushes hurt them more than anything. Another nade, damn, get docked on.
5 nades left, and another. Damn! Doc is out for war now. Another! Oh, this looks good. Oh, just a little bit short, but he's got more. He's still got 3 left. They're trying to get that heal, but is that going to keep you safe? Oh, he gets the flush. Nearly another knock. And it's Doc just bombarding time and time again. This man just doesn't stop. Maxman, Jason, they've both been singing his praises. With a last nade left in the arsenal, he's going to roll back to his team to ask for more. What more have you got? Splits the difference, doesn't get another one, but 2 players go down for Void Donkey ID. You might be safe from the shots, but Doc has another idea.
The boys in chat right now are all saying it's the dockening. It's here right now. But yeah, there was some nasty nades. Nasty nades from Doc. Ooh, boy. It's good to see 4MB back in action once again. And by 4MB, I mean Doc.
In the words of Will Smith, oh, that's hot. That's hot. Love to see that. Doc kicking things off before MV, pushing them up into the top 3 as well. 9 eliminations on this match, and they want more.
Very, very good stuff. And I mean, for Void Donkey, they really would have loved to not go down to that. And again, I think the fact of the matter is that I praised that rotate earlier on because it is a strong position to be in. But yeah, it was like a galactic brain move from Doc, just sensing where the players of Void Donkey were. Heard their Eoring off in the distance and took them down.
The Doinkies. Sorry, no, you made me say that. The Doinkies get Doc on their games. We gotta stop this. There's too much. It's too much. It's too much.
Darn Doinkies.
Oh dear. Dockstar just gonna hit him with the nades. I don't know where this is coming from. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Next topic.
Donkey Dong.
Northeast side. Goodness me. RCB getting stuck in from the northeast side. Influence Rage as well from that northwest. Vicious DRS all up in the way of this northeast side. There's a lot of teams trying to make their way through. There is the lock-in fight in Sunken as well for Brute Force and 77 on the northwest edge. But these teams trying to lead from the Roshawk Hill are really suffering. These are the last 2 players from D+. I don't think they're going to get to go much further. A long-range shot comes through from Doc actually towards RCB, and that will slow their approach.
Dude, Doc going crazy once again. He's back in the lobby. He's making moves. He's making shapes. He's throwing these shots out. And it has been unbelievable stuff. Silas goes down next. Doc is on a tear. He just don't stop for this man.
He's lighting up the elim feed there. 4MV getting up to 10 elims now with a confirm over towards RCB on the north side. Give this man an opening. He'll slip straight on through it. He'll take your team down in the blink of an eye. And it's RCB taking shots over towards DRS to get an opener in this little crater. It's so difficult to avoid these nades, and another one's going to pour on from Loxy. But the shots come in this time, still from 4MV, but from Baron, making his presence known. And RCB suffering what should be a simple approach. Brute Force trying to make their approach towards 77. They've been held out for a while. Neos is low. Freezer there to get res, but I'm busy with the first aid, mate. You're going to have to help yourself, as he will get flushed away. 77 push through. Brute Force really don't have an answer here. They have to cross the open ground, and it's not going to work out. Furia out in the blue zone, just going to hide behind the ridge. 77 get rid of the competition on the northwest side.
Good stuff from 77 to be able to keep that one going. 4MV down towards the southeast side. They get rid of the final player from Voindonkey and now can move into a stronger position. I've kind of forgot.
Yeah, I like it.
Voindonkeys.
They're doinking right now.
Yeah. I mean, they got doinked out of the game. But yeah.
Oh, dear. It's having a bad time. And 4MV, keep going.
Still going.
12 eliminations.
Crazy.
The back line trying to move up and regroup. Keep pace with Doc, with Baron as well, who was chiming in on that forefront position. Influence Rage on the northeast side now, the last team to stand from that gladiatorial combat area. Leaving from Rosshawk, 6 elims they found for it. All 4 of their players alive. A roll-up potential. There's a couple of hills, a couple of ridges they could maybe try and get towards. But 4MV seemed to be aware of all of them. That little ditch that helps to DRS that seemed to be the approach for RCB, going to be the only way that Influence Rage could stay alive for the next few minutes.
This is wild behaviour coming through from 4MV. Doc is on 7 elims right now. Oh, it's good to see. It's good to see. And now I understand why Max glazes this man so much. 77 moving the way in. Magnum does get taken down, but 77, their approach out from Sunken was always going to be very, very difficult here. CAG Osaka cowering down towards the south side after hearing the shots pouring out from 4MV over towards the east. Limbo Boom, Shifu, both very, very good players. Baron finding another for Influence Rage. They cannot find a foothold here. Reapers will finish off Law.
Just racking up those points. Doc down. Oh no! Influence Rage with the DPS, actually the rollout coming on through, but looking to hold at 77 as well. Trying to contain this crash. Only Shifu left, and Stalwart take him down. Goodness me, 4MV looking to try and keep things together on the off angle though, because Influence Rage, they're down to just one player on the back lines. 4MV desperately want Doc back in the mix. The man's been moving mountains for them into the rolling hills. That's exactly what you want.
Get Doc back up now.
He's up.
He's big money moves. 16 elims right now for 4MV in the lobby. The Vicious, David, Dimeno, CAG Osaka down towards the south side, been fairly quiet. 16 elim game already, 11 players still remaining. There's more work and damage to be done.
And they want to be the ones to enact it. Extract the toll from the rest of the lobby. Baron marauding around on the south side, trying to sweep through anything that peeks its head up. And these hills now being moved forwards. Doc under pressure again.
No!
Let's go down to Demonor at the off angle. The Vicious hold the center, but blank they're only 2. Doc not going to get flushed just yet. You can see already Apex, Reefus both strategizing to get the man of the hour back into the action. It's 4MV.
Res that man
move forward
right now.
Get those reses on.
Oh. I need to see what's going on. I'm back. Map feed. We're back. Back. I can get up again. Takes one of the from the Vicious.
That's the Vicious to pick up the point for it. For the Vicious. And a spray down towards David is good from Apex. They're looking for that flush, but there's no way that gets res. Dimonor is very close by as well. Doc looking for that spray down as well. Rack up to 19 elims potentially. Doc goes down again.
Down.
His third knock over towards him. He's
Where's
going to be
that
bleeding
man?
out fast. Move quickly.
Where's that man?
Baron, come on. Faster. You need Doc back in because Apex has to pick up the slack.
Lovely nade there from Apex. 19 eliminations right now for MV. CAG Osaka with a very strong position over towards the high ground. 4MV's got the 4 players, and that's the big approach that they have going for them right now. Reefer sends wide, but CAG with this overlook, they do have an ideal location of where they're playing. I think for 4MV, they have to wait this one out a little bit, play a bit safe.
If they can get the chicken dinner, this is a record-breaking game for 4MV to kick off their campaign on Erangel. They've got the AWM in the hands of Apollo to watch out for. CAG Osaka on the southwest side, a little bit less maneuverability. They are playing on the inside towards some of those buildings. If Apollo can get forwards into a linchpin position, it's going to be harder than easier said than done, though, as Apex getting that light up on the angle, but that small little ridgeline keeps him safe for just a moment longer.
There is an AWM in play here for CAG Osaka, which could be a game changer for them. 4MV though, what a game from them. This has been unbelievable, as was this approach from them too. But they get into the circle with minimal casualties.
Nades coming in through from Apollo, who needs to stay alive in this spot. Doc doesn't get tagged on by the nade. Naoto as well from the high ground getting suppressed, rebuffed on the angle, but there's an opener towards Baron. Naoto from that high ground able to get the spray down. Is it resable? Do they have the time blank? It's going to be able to push on in. We're in stage 7, meaning that this circle doesn't go straight central, but Apollo is going to put pressure onto this position. Needs to be careful, can get taken down, but doesn't seem to know where Doc is getting the res up onto Baron. Still has 2 nades to play with though. Doc can start to go for some healing. That nade might be good. That looks a lot more on target. Tags Doc, but doesn't get that knock that he wanted.
One more. Just survive one more.
Straight through the middle. It's straight through the middle.
So sad. Right through the middle of both of them. And as CAG Osaka, they have to give up that high ground just about. I think there's a little bit of that compound still in. Oh no! For what a nade from Doc once again. This is unbelievable.
Hit him with the fadeaway. Fade to the hopes of CAG Osaka. Apollo has his stars extinguished there by a nade from Doc, and so many in this lobby have as well. The spray down from Reefus to confirm now 2 players for CAG Osaka, and they are trapped on the outskirts. That forward position was their only hope, and I think it's all but done here for 4MV. Racking up the elims on this match, and they will be in first place after this one. It's going to be inevitable.
Such a disgusting game so far from 4MV. Wonderful stuff. Naoto has to drop out, and Reefus just has to make the spray happen with smokes up front.
Larry Bird, Michael Jordan, Steph Curry, all the way up until today, where Doc is dunking on the lobby. 8 eliminations. Far more than the 3-pointers. And he'll be looking to play into the weapons now. He's still got 3 nades, and they just funnel these things over to him. They know how dangerous he is with them. But Reefus has some of his own. We're going to put his name up on the scorecard too. And a big blast from it. Should be able to get flushed out. And it's just about to turn left. 22 eliminations. Well, 21, 22 potentially if they can find this last one. He's trapped behind the block there. And the nades are going to sneak their way in around the edge, but the blue zone might claim it first. It's Reefus, though, with the off angle, and 22 eliminations. 4MV make their mark.
4MV docked in, locked in, clocked in. Doc's working overtime, committing crimes inside this lobby. What an unreal result from him. Dude got res 4 times in a row. They refused to let him stop the good work from happening. And I'm surprised they're not happy with this. This is just another day in the park for 4MV.
Light work. Let's head on over to do some heavy deep dives on just how they demolished that lobby.
Vindication! Oh, man, Max, we talked about him so much at PMWC. We're talking about how 4MV, the team to beat, and then they went. But coming into match 2 here, a PMGC Group Green. 22 eliminations. That has to be a record in PMGC.
I mean, this PMGC for sure all time? Maybe? Question mark? I'm not sure. We'll have to check it out, but... Bro, even Blank and John became believers like, raise this man! You raise this man right now! He cannot go out, it is too early. And the thing is, looking back on some of the moves, right, looking at 4MV, Jukes, it's not like the rotations they were doing were like incredible 10 billion IQ rotates. It was pretty simple. It's just the fragging potential of this team is second to none. 4 limbs, 8 limbs, 3 limbs, 7 limbs, 1.4k damage for like 2 players. You know, just chilling, just normal 4MV stuff. Let's go.
And your winners of Group Green, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to shut this down. I mean, this is getting ridiculous. You know, we had a little prediction game, right, in the background of all, like, the kind of the background team here. And, I didn't pick 4MV, and I was the only one that didn't because I wanted to be different. What a mistake.
One of these like the others.
Oh my goodness, dude. Doc, 8 eliminations.
How many of
7. Look at the damage.
How many of Mates, though?
You guys, I hope everybody watching just understands what they just witnessed. This is PUBG Mobile history, folks. We've never seen a team dominate the lobby, I think, in this fashion. I can't remember when, and I've been here since the beginning, Max. This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
This is PSVC. This is not PMGO.
And it started from the start of the match, too. They were just popping off and just clearing mini Pachinki. I mean, initially they had the cutest little mini Pachinki you would get in a 50-meter radius. That's something very ballsy of someone to do to get nade range of Doc. I'll tell you that much. You don't want to be in that 50-meter radius. You're going to be in deep trouble. Look like most of the replays are just Doc, by the way. It's just him, those nades on Void Donkey ID or Doinked now is saying apparently that's something. I don't know what's going on, man. 4MV are here to play, Jason. They are not messing around like PMWC. PMWC were scrims, Jason, and this is the real event. This is the real tournament where they're just going to pop off.
They eliminated over a third of the lobby. Like, that is ridiculous. Not to mention, in one game alone, they almost got more points than some teams got across 2 days in total. In one match. Like, what is happening? Like, that is the 4MV Max that we've been talking about this entire year. And I'm so happy Hot Jukes so like other people are able to see like what 4MV are capable of.
Like I thought that what we saw from TJB, right, last week was going to be the most incredible performance. What was it, like a 70-point day they had? Over 10 points per game, and I was like, this is not going to be touched. Like, this is just so insane. 32 points! Half of their entire day in one game! In one game!
So, was this a 120-point day here for 4MV?
Yeah.
We're looking at?
What is their average going to be at the end of this? If they even slightly keep this up, I mean, you even saw them at the end. Like, there was no crazy pop-off. Right? They were just shaking hands like, yeah, you know.
Some people going to look at this like, oh, these are cool overall rankings. Wait, that's one game?
What?
That's one game? What do you mean that's one game? Like, we still had some decent points. We have to talk about other squads eventually. Like, good game from TAG Osaka and Stalwart. There's some really solid splits on the southern side and west. But 4MV, Jason.
A New Jersey buff, man.
It looks sick, though. I'm not going to lie. That looks pretty cool. They're looking extra epic, man.
Wow. I feel like Max wants to get a jersey in his hands, and he's gonna get that signed by, of course, everyone. 4MV. He's never gonna wash it, hang it up in a frame on his wall, and then say Falcons who?
What?
4MV, my favorite team.
I mean, come on, like as of right now, Jason. 4MV looking a little bit good. They're looking kind of decent. Way more of that, please. Yes, way more.
And I mean, yeah, it's course it's gonna be him for MVP. What
he filled up the pentagram. He filled it up. What? It's all red.
It's evil. It's evil.
He's summoning a demon right now.
Oh my gosh! You know, all he needed was a couple more assists, but he couldn't get them because he was destroying everybody with those nades. This is ridiculous. Well, I don't even know. I'm speechless. I'm literally speechless here, folks. I mean, this is a game that I could have not possibly predicted that would happen. I mean, 22 eliminations at this stage is just absolutely remarkable. And guys, I don't even think we're going to see this again, ever.
I mean, don't forget, he's also the in-game leader for 4MV. Yes. And he's fragging out like this, and he's nading like this. Like, this is
41 points in 2 games.
Yeah. Wow.
20-point average. You're like, 10-point average is good, but how about 20? How about 20? The way they wrapped up this game too, right? Just to talk a bit more macro, not just fragging potential of the squad and the insane nades from Doc. They also took some really good fights in a really good order, especially taking Stalwart first because they knew CAG Osaka were on the southern side. They knew they were possibly going to be the main threat because they had 2 players on a roof that really, in that flat terrain, that rooftop is just so important for the side of CAG, for Naoto and Matul in particular. They clear Stalwart, then go for that great 2-2 split at the end that we saw them get, which just puts the nail in the coffin at that point. It's just, yeah, we're securing that game, and we want to make sure, because of the angles, you can't even go out to Blue Zone. Even if you want to go out to Blue Zone, guess what? You're not escaping. You're not escaping from our Doc nades, and we're just going to get 22.
Who gives a crap about position at this point, dude? These guys destroyed everybody. Like, it didn't matter. I mean, it's so crazy. The thing is that when you have a game like this, it puts like the fear of everything in these players. Like, I guarantee
they're running away right now. Look.
Yeah, I mean, I would too. I mean, like, the thing is that if you see a team this on fire, like, at that point, when you notice it's them, you get an elimination, or you realize you're in a fight with them, you're going to hesitate. And I guarantee you this is going to take over, like, it's going to carry on for the rest of this group, hands down.
Jukes, hey, you know what happens when you see you're fighting for MV in the lobby? You know what you do when you see them in the elimination feed? Settings, exit to lobby. Best combo. That keeps you alive.
I liked how at one point, Max, you were talking about, I think it was Kagasaka having AWM, and I'm like, yeah, but Doc has nades. Like, he doesn't need to go to a crate to get any sort of extra, edge in these fights. And the thing was, we were also talking like, how's Doc's ammo? Like, how's his nades? And every time we cut to him, he has more ammo, more nades. He was kind of leading the charge of his own team, as you took a screenshot to show us over in chat. Like, insane stuff out of this team. But I know, I'm probably one of the biggest fans of 4MV. I will say this. Consistency has to be maintained out of this team. Obviously, one big pop-off game is great. It's going to keep yourself up in the leaderboards throughout the rest of today, at least. But we need to see some sort of semblance of consistency, because that's one thing that I feel like they massively lacked at PMWC.
For sure. I mean, we saw them this game. Did they struggle to leave military? No. That was a literally non-issue. We talked about it already before this game, right, Jukes? The teams that really typically hold off the bridge, which are COG Osaka and also the side of GRS, they did not linger around those bridges. That was an instant rotation from 4MV to make the cross to the mainland, so I think that's never going to be an issue unless the circle somewhat centers around the bridges. That might become a little bit of an issue for them later on, but as of right now, not really. We're really focusing on these things, by the way. Camera zoom out on that.
I like it. Dude, I'll say this, though, man. I don't care about consistency anymore, guys. I don't think it's needed, right? I mean, when you're 4MV, just do this twice a day, and it's over.
Just get all your points off the day in one game.
Just do this twice. That's it. Just do this twice, take the rest of the games off, and then, we'll see you in the finals.
Oh, man, just imagine a world, Max, where they pull this off on, like, 2 of the 3 or 3 of the 3 air guilds today.
Yeah. Man, imagine. I have to say, though, I think this is the most biased desk segment we've ever had.
Dude, what else do you want to say? I mean, this is about one team. Mobile history. This is etched in stone here.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, I don't know what else. I mean, it doesn't matter. Everything else has been outshadowed hands down. I mean, this is crazy.
I didn't say it was a bad thing. I'd do it again.
Dude, it's wild.
Well, we got about 15 seconds left until the slaughter continues potentially for 4MV. Hot Jukes, Max, man, you think 4MV going to do it yet again here at back-to-back games?
Hold on. Ready? Max,
top 3's happening.
2, 1. Doc.
Oh, you stopped early. What the hell? Okay.
Well, if you say it 3 times, you might summon him, and we've already seen what he can do without being summoned, as we're going to head back into Erangel once again. 4MV's playing ground. Can they potentially pull off more than 22 eliminations? Let's find out with John Allen and Blake.
What a gross finish from 4MV on that last match. That was disgusting behaviour from them. They have managed to put a massive dent in their potential point scoring needs over the course of this week, and maybe with that one game they have laid the gauntlet to make it not a race for top 3 blank, it's a race for 2nd and 3rd place.
Yeah, it's tough. I'll agree with Hot Juice, man. If you can consistently put up 2 games like this every day, then yeah, you'll absolutely see yourself towards the top side of the lobby. Fantastic work from 4MV. Difficult to really praise many of the other teams inside that lobby, other than 4MV, obviously, because it was such an incredible game. However, what I will say is that looking at some of those squads, COG Osaka right now, happy to see them play the way they are. I think even on Sandhog, they didn't look terrible at all. I think the positions that they took on the map were fairly strong. Then back over towards here in Arangel, yeah, you get a strong position. You try and break out from those buildings. You take the high ground approach. You're playing with three. I think that it was a little bit too much, considering at that point the game 4MV was quite literally going Super Saiyan. And I don't really think you could have put them down any other way, to be honest with you. I think they were just, honestly, in that moment, unstoppable. So, yeah, I think with 4MV, let's hope we can see more out of that. But there are certainly other teams inside this lobby who are doing fantastic.
There was that triple knock onto Doc as well during that match. It has to be noted that he did get taken down, but that's only because he was so hungry for the rest of the lobby, and they did actually get those reses fairly efficiently and effectively, and which means that he was taking risks, sure, but he was taking risks in positions that made a lot of sense, right? And that's what we've criticized a couple of other players. I think probably the biggest example of that for me, when you look at other regions, at other groups, is potentially Nomi from Team Spirit, who goes for these crazy plays and can pop off, as Doc did in that last match. But he's in these risky positions that his team can't capitalize on. The difference here is that Doc was fairly safe wherever he was going for these fights, and that was magnificent to watch.
It was. I think for Doc, the difference here is that those mistakes aren't being punished as much, because over for Nomi, there's a lot of times where you would get taken down. There was a huge amount of squads inside of Group Yellow that were quick to punish those mistakes. But fantastic stuff, either way, from Doc in that game.
For MV, they have made their mark so far with a massive game. 41 points on the board, and 7WG, he found out all about them.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. 4MV just had the best performance we have seen so far out of PMGC League Stage, especially Doc putting up so many eliminations. I got a chance to talk to him in between this game. I asked him, how confident are you feeling after that game? He said, you saw what the other teams were saying in their predictions. Everybody's expecting them to qualify. I also asked him, which team do they think they're going to be their biggest challenge? They mentioned Team Liquid. We'll have to wait and see, because Team Liquid right now is not starting off so hot. Back to you guys.
Wow, interesting that they think Team Liquid could be their biggest challenge. As he said, though, they are stone cold last at the tables right now, but it's only been 2 matches with a point average of 1 per game. That's not ideal. I think as well, given that there is 2 points at least on everyone's tally. Actually, no, I'm not sure. I was going to say, was that another game where everyone got at least 1 point? But I think actually all of the points got given to 4MV from that one, if I'm not mistaken. Have to double check. Either way, Team Liquid definitely not doing well.
I think when we looked at some of their rotations they've made, it was a couple of times where they have thrown down the gauntlet. They've tried to make some aggressive trades, tried to go for some aggressive pushes. It's not quite worked out in their favour. Like last game, they went up against 4MV. And again, I think it's fair enough for 4MV to be like, you know what, this is a team that is incredibly strong that we might lose to. And I think that in that match, it was really only Team Liquid that looked like they made 4MV sweat in that engagement. So I think it's fair enough. It was just that, honestly, at that moment in time, 4MV were just better. Though I do expect Team Liquid to pull their socks up, because right now, it's not looking great in 16th place. I don't think that's where they're going to end.
CAG Osaka on the south coast. They have had some decent positions in these last few games, and they are up to 13 points, 4th place, looking to try and chase down one of those top spots. The last representatives from Japan that I think can make it through on into this one to grab a top 3 spot in our group stages. We'll see if they are able to make that one happen. As we head on over to DRS as well, I feel like we're waiting for that pop-off performance from DRS. It's only been 2 games before as well, but in general, I'm hoping that they can start to step up, because I think that the region in general has been historically very, very strong, and DRS have been at the forefront of that.
Yeah, DRS have been together a long time as well. I think each individual player on that team, very, very good. I love DRS as a team. I think a lot of people call them the real snakes because they have some unreal moments towards the end games, but they are incredibly good.
RRQ, they make it across the bridge, blank. No influence rage to cut them down this time. They weren't all in the same vehicle either, so they may have picked up on just what brought them down earlier. and do, in fact, get across up to the north side, with the circle pushing up towards the hills to the south of Saverny around shooting range. It's going to be an interesting crossing. 2 players from Brute Force. This is a big 2-2 split. So only 2 players from Brute Force are here. The other 2, they're up in Saverny. I feel like this peel-off may be completely necessary here. Zara, you should just be able to find these knocks, find these points, and Freezer now solo.
Freezer by himself, stuck out in the open. RQ, Saru will find Neos on the approach. Oh, the Brute Force, it's not looking great. I mean, 10 points so far. It's not horrendous for this team, but yeah, consistently going down early like this is not fun. They got a little bit further in that last game, but for Brute Force, it has just come down to a case of messy fights so far. I've not really been the biggest of fan. CAG, Osaka, getting revenge over towards 4MV.
Ooh, a little knock and a flush over towards Apollo as well. On this bridge, crossing 4MV trying to leave. Freezer does go down in the meantime here as Brute Force are getting picked up in dribs and drabs. But CNG Osaka guarding out 4MV's approach across the bridge. This is big stuff. Doc has to turn around, get away from that, and maybe go for a rotation. I mean, it's very, very late now into the circle. And they spot it. Doc goes down too.
This is terrible news, but well played to CAG. Man, I love it. They're like, look, 4MV's getting too easy of a rotate out of Sosnovka. Let's put an end to that, shall we? Last game, it really was a case of 4MV taking it to task with CAG Osaka. This time around, though, CAG, they pull out the FBI badges. 4MV surrounded. Put your hands up and come out quietly. This is very, very well done to CAG. Big fan of that one.
And in general, there's not going to be too many teams going to be directly in their path as well, because they're going to read into the circle, right? You think teams, they're going to be going north of the river, which means that there's not going to be too many roadblocks around Pachinki, around potentially those western bridges are going to give you a little bit of trouble right now. Not really, but CAG Osaka do have to move forwards after this, so you can afford to expend time and still have quite a decent chunk of the circle to have access to, which is always the problem with a bridge camp like that, is that sometimes you are just going to be cut out of getting into the circle, but because it's so far north, you can commit to that. And with this shift, CAG Osaka may have just hit a gold mine.
It's just hilarious to me, honestly, the case of you caused us such pain that last match. You denied us a chicken dinner, right? That's it then. We're coming down to Sosnovka. We've had enough. But yeah, I mean, quick reaction from CAG. They go down, but they're not willing to allow the guys over on 4MV to feel like, you know, they've got away with a crazy game versus them. There was definitely an opportunity for CAG to win that last game. Unfortunately, the nade usage wasn't quite there from them. I mean, Apollo almost had really good pickups over towards the 2 players on 4MV, but again, I think that it's less. If you look back on that match, you actually watch it back, it's less that Apollo's nades weren't great, but just that mental game coming from 4MV of where they moved. Because they didn't instantly go for the res, they moved all the way out to the edge of the blue before they went for it, then they split 1-1. So if a nade did come through and knock one of them, it would have only got the 1 knock as opposed to grouping. So yeah, it's very, very smart from 4MV, the way they prevented complete demise from Apollo. Very, very well done. D plus Kia, though, up again versus Brute Force with Furia and Prepod trying to hold their own, but nades going through the building, hitting the rooftops, not getting much done at all, and Furia is struggling right now.
Ooh, Brute Force, they're down to 2. I mean, we saw them lose 2 of their players on their, quite frankly, kind of fumbled escape from Saverny, right? They were in a weird split and just got rolled up on us 4, lost half of their players, and now they're playing on the dribs and drabs. D+, they're going to share the compound with them. They're going to allow them residency on the north side. And actually, maybe quite useful to stop teams from the north trying to crash in. But right now, there's only Influence Rage who are still in that location. We've got a couple of teams now trying to find their homes on the southwest side, not least of which Selcom Digi Alliance, who are currently trying to fend off maybe CAG Osaka, as well as Void Donkey ID, southwest side, playing on the compounds from Pachinki to school.
Void, never mind. I'm not even going to go there, because I've been causing problems. Team Liquid, though, Cardozo down. Is Ayala already out as well? It's not a good start. To be fair, though, I think this is somewhat understandable because if you look into the past of any of the Americas, typically Brazilian teams have this problem where if they are on top, if they're doing well, it's very hard to shut them down. But the mental game has always been a bit of a difficulty for them in terms of, you mentioned it, the mental boom. It really does slow them down in that sense. Alpha 7 struggled with this so much in the past. And I think they're one of the few teams from Brazil that's been able to kind of get rid of that curse, expel it almost, with the addition of McGrellin. And I think they've done wonderfully well. I think that even in Group Yellow, when they were losing games that they maybe could have won, it wasn't like they looked upset with it, yes, but they didn't look distraught, and they were quick to readjust and fix those mistakes. Now, I don't want Team Liquid to fall into that same trap that Alpha 7 has certainly fallen into before, and they just need to get back on the bike here. Ricardo isn't going down to Prepod, one of the two players there from Brute Force. I don't know, man. I'm worried. I'm worried for Team Liquid.
Yeah, the momentum definitely not there for them right now, and I mean 4MV maybe a little bit tongue-in-cheek with that call-out saying that they might be their biggest rivals, but perhaps they're right. If they'd have actually switched on the engine, they could be gassing up their point scores right now, and there's still potential for them to do that, right? Hopefully they can come back into this one, but they're trapped under the bridge right now. A big northwest shift blank. This is really, really nasty. The teams have now gone up to the north side of the circle, gone, oh, rats, we're going to have to go down to the south side again, and now they have to go back north of this river, which means that there's going to be a lot of chaos and a lot of weak positions.
I think for 4MV, they're absolutely correct to pin Team Liquid as one of their biggest rivalries inside this lobby. Team Liquid is a sick team. It's just not displaying or reflecting on their current point scoring. This is a wild rotate, by the way, from CAG. I'm not the biggest of fans of it. I think heading through over towards that northwest bridge, you know there's a ton of teams already in this area, especially with the fact that 77 start in Sunken anyway. They're likely to head up over to its north side and try and control this bridge crossing. So for CAG, again, it's very similar to what we saw on Sandhawk with Team Secret. I think that, you know, nestling yourself in over on the western side of Rozhok might have given you not an insane game, but it might give you a better chance into the game in terms of just putting up point scoring for CAG. 4MV, though, still going. Reefus finds Giante from DRS. This is the two players coming through from that team, not willing to go out early, so maybe Hot Jukes was right, just 2 games a day. Maybe this wasn't one of those 2 games.
Yeah, well, there's 6 to choose from. Why stack them all together? Got to keep them wanting more, right? And in general, Blank, it's good to see the teams from Mongolia keeping on going. I mean, last year, right, we almost had a Mongolian 1-2-3 in the PMGC Grand Finals, right? We had Alpha 7 just being out 4MV at the time to get to that spot. IHC, they're out of the tournament entirely now, Blank. And what was Stalwart Esports, the roster there became Falcons Force later on with some roster shifts. They didn't manage to make it direct to the grand finals either. We have not seen that Mongolian domination that we saw last time around. So it is about time that 4MV put them back on the map.
Yeah, the Mongolian Massive isn't quite there yet. Stalwart from Fearless will find a couple of shots over towards RQ. More than just a couple of shots, a damn lot of shots, and we'll finish them off there, off the back of it. Fantastic stuff from them. Here's Team Secret, though, with 2 players from Stalwart in the back lines looking to hold off versus these 2 players. Good nade. Pops him out the vehicle. Managed to slip that one in through the window.
Team Secret able to get that first still in on the match. A little bit of a roll up there as well. Going pretty tricky, but Stalwart actually managed to make it work. There was a third-party light-up coming on through. RRQ, they got eliminated on this position, trying to control this bridge crossing. But Team Secret now got to transition. They got to leapfrog past it and into this fight. Only Sanchez left for Stalwart, but he's got the MG3. The little hole window there, not quite be able to cut it in terms of angles needed. A hop out. This is brawled, but it's not going to be something that's going to be too effective against the roll-up for Team Secret. They managed to get that knock, but that should be easily rezzed on up here on the northeast side. Team Secret to keep on going, but Thunder Talk managed to lace a shot through.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, what kind of hard to deal with, especially when Team Secret's rocking up at you with 4 M4s, 4 chambers of secrets, all directed at your face. Yeah, tough scenario to be in. DRS Killer, last alive here. Time to transition to the real snakes here to stay alive a little bit longer. They have been soldiering through so far. I really want DRS to do well. I'm a big fan of teams that have veteranship, that stay together for a long time. And, you know, from all the performances from DRS in the past, they're a really pleasant team to watch in terms of just the energy they have on stage as well. But yeah, that's what I want to see that coming through from DRS. But right now, it's not quite there yet. Now down to just Killer. Trying to find these off angles, which they are very well known for as their off angles in the past, but not finding an opening so far, which is understandable considering you're into PMGC, and this is the most competitive PMGC of all time.
I think that's, at this point, fairly indisputable. Every single team that's been taken to these battlefields has had a chance, has had a shot. Some have fell by the wayside, and that's what this tournament's all about, right? It's making a lobby of the best start to sweat. And that's what makes it such good viewing. Happy to be here. The Vicious currently trying to push on up and continue to hold a spot in the top 3. I think a team that maybe flew under the radar in terms of predictions on their approach into this group, and we'll see how long they can hold this 3rd place spot. I don't think I expect them to be able to. I think D plus Kia maybe could keep that spot. I mean, especially with the fact that they're 23 points, they've got that first to limb, they're 4 players alive here. I think the Vicious under the bridge could also have a pretty big impact on this game, but I expect a little bit more longevity from D plus Kia, but I'm willing to be proved wrong.
And D Plus have very good players on side, typically able to play towards that centre really, really well. They have won some pretty critical fights, but that is a nasty circle. I know it is mission critical for D Plus to get over towards that northern edge, but with 3 teams all battling out for Rozok Bridge on this eastern side, it's going to be hard to cross here. So I'm curious to see what the decision is from D Plus going forward, similarly to the Vicious, as well as Apex and Reefers, who have made it quite far into this game. And with Garnet being the last player alive, it's likely the 4MV is going to survive longer than CAG, despite the initial shutdown coming through from them on the Western Bridge.
It's unfortunate stuff. Little rollout, a scout scoping out towards D plus Cellcom Digi Alliance, trying to get a little bit of an opening, but they're just going to push D plus away to be able to make this approach here. I don't think they can really spend the time to go for a full fight unless they find that knock. Or maybe it's just a full sweep, the full rundown. They do want to go for it. Okay, they're going straight on down the hill. They're getting a little bit bold here. D plus read into this. They know just stay safe, just stay alive, get on into this next circle, get some healing done. Nice little rollout from D plus. Osal left a little bit towards the back, and that was, you're right, 4MV taking shots over towards the bridge position. Reefus and Apex on a crossfire towards the Vicious' position.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of time remaining to make this happen. I think for Cellcom Digi Alliance, not a bad play from them to send D plus further down over towards that southwest side so they can maybe make this crossing over the water. And it works out fantastically. 4MV, time's limited here. The nades have to be very strong coming through from Apex, but Bronozin does send a lovely one over the top, and now it's just down to Reefer, so I think he's having his days numbered now. Smokes go down, and the Vicious just might be able to extract themselves from this position on the eastern side that they have still Team Secrets to deal with on the northeast, who have a strong lineup for themselves.
Yeah, they left 2 players out on the backstop at the gas station there, with a position further forwards as well. They're on a 2-1-1 split this late in the game. Reefus isn't going to go down without a fight. He's certainly got plenty of fight behind his back. The first knock goes through. That was a third-party knock coming on in from across the way from Cellcom Digi Alliance, as he just drops right in front of him like a stone. But Reyes could get rest here with these smokes. Cellcom Digi Alliance, though, looking to sweep.
Welcome to Digital Alliance. They need to. This is a perfect opportunity for them to move over towards that north side. D Plus somehow make it through the glut teams down towards the south side. Chips was left behind as a backstop. We'll see how far he can go, but D Plus want to help the rest of the team stay in on this one. 77 is Zadira to take down Garnet. Extremely strong player coming through from 77. 4 players still alive. Good stuff there from Prepod as well. Finds the last player of Team Liquid onto Mythic. Now D Plus should be fairly safe.
Brute Force able to survive with just the one player. However, D Plus should be able to take this one down. I say should be because Prepod, you never know when he could start to pop off. Or if he's just going to fall down under the bridge. We'll have to wait and see. But D Plus, they really want to extract this. Yeah, just getting rid of it. Nice discipline there. Know that they can move up to this hillside afterwards. They leave Fabian out on that northeast side to keep that roadside clear. Give them that ascension towards the ridgeline because they're going to need it. A launching platform to move in towards the center now.
Influence, lovely central spot. 77 looking down towards Voindonkey on that south side. And RCB waiting in the wings to strike when necessary. D Plus though finds Soazu. Woo. I'm just going to call that man Soaz from now on. Sorry, guys.
So, yeah. You're not getting those voice clips from us. I know your games. Oh, goodness me.
But yeah, for D Plus, good opening knock onto him. Immediately, Team Secret tries to send away, but they realize it's too late. They need to commit to this fight, and so do D Plus. As they send Faro top side. Maybe this was an over commit from D Plus. How will they handle this going forward?
What? How did they manage to get through that? I thought the spray downs were clean, but Team Secret just dropped the ball on it. 3 players down, they're forced to go for the res. Only Fabian to be the only casualty for that roll-up for D+. This is crazy that they've been able to get on through here. The blue zone still puts pressure on them, but a lovely knock from Chips to step up the spray down, getting 3 of the players from Team Secret out of the way, and now it's just Soaz behind the buggy, who has managed to get res, get some healing done, but he's on the roadside and will be drawn to a stop there. Ticketed. Put in cups and tucked away for the next game.
Horrible transaction. Worst transaction I've ever seen coming through Team Secret. They were like, we're going to hold this shack. D Plus is like, we will swap you 1 shack for 1 amazing ridge. Thank you very much. And Team Secret acquiesced to their request. Very, very nicely done for D Plus. Like you said, it was amazing that they lost only Fabian on the approach there. I really did think that they would lose more. And with Thunder Talks actually losing Jay over towards that north side. Now, D Plus, again, they pulled the biggest switcheroo out inside this lobby over towards that northeast side. Team Secret went from having a fantastic position to now no longer having any position. 77, Shifu up front with RCB currently in the Wizard Power. Nice nade over towards the side. That takes down Loxy. That's 2 players out now, and 77 realise now is the time to clear on this south side of the circle. Silas attempting to make something happen, but I think even he must know at this point in time that it is game over.
77, 5 eliminations. They're looking to put 3 more on. Silas moves up towards the buggy, grabs it, gets away. Yeah, I think you're right on the money with that one. Just try to get out of this fight, salvage what you can. You're still into the top 5, and it's very possible that you can just ladder up a placement or 2 and get a very decent points value, whereas the value of staying in that fight, it's likely you just go down. You don't get any more points. So Silas looking to just try and play the averages here.
Yeah, if you can get a top 5 or a top 4, anything a little bit extra is good. I mean, with King in a really precarious position right now, there's even a chance for 4th place here for Silas. Already at the bookie, now has a loot crate to play behind, so a ton of cover for him. With the way this circle actually works, the staging, with a lot of high ground on that north side, which pulls down, Silas is somewhat isolated into this 1v4, which isn't an awesome situation to be in, but it's better than being seen by many other teams. I think 77 have realised this. They're like, look, we know the loot crate's here. We know your games. We're not falling for this one again.
I know he has to be spotted. Limbo Boom finally gets the shoulder and immediately they hop out. That's Silas down and out. Only 1 elimination for RCB. That's another added to the tally. Influence Rage now in that central location with D+ trying to push on in. King on the lock-in. Thunder Talk, I mean, they haven't really had much talking over these last few games, but they're into the top 4 now, despite a low elimination count, trying to leave the bottom of the tables after this match.
Yeah, King, highly renowned player, Right now, he's the last for Thunder Talks at the moment. D Plus move away. They decide this is not worth their time anymore. They want a stronger position inside the circle. Influence had little influence over this lobby thus far. Very, very central position they've been holding. Not really doing too much with it, but they can explode out at any moment here. Bring the dynamite to the rest of the players inside of this lobby. 77 look to finish and clear out King, who's now looking a little bit more worried. Chips is out. No. This is our elimination.
King basically gets to decide who gets the point. Or maybe no one gets the point. And that is the point. For Chips, he's looking to step up, take shots over towards 77, and it's going to work. Okay. Gets lasered down there. And actually, Shifu has to move with the zone as it's pushing him in. So that red's going to be a little tricky. D Plus have a lot of opportunity here. King steps out, and immediately he's put back in his place. Fabian able to slurp that point on in. Very happy with that one. 77 will look for this res. D Plus actually looking to put pressure on it. Chips moves into nade range here. Out through the smoke. Look at a scout. Spots the run back. Knows they probably already got that res. D Plus looking to put nades over towards influence rage as well. But 77 have the majority of the circle under control.
I enjoyed that from Chips, actually. Came in with the pretense of, oh, we're both looking for a knock on to King, are we? JK. I'm actually finding a knock on to 77 here, which makes a lot more sense. I mean, they take him down, there's a free knock over towards King from Thunder Talks. So, yeah, for 77, I don't think they expected that one. Circle moves over towards that northeast side. D Plus been doing a lot of moving. Petrol's getting low, for sure. There's no gas station in sight, but they certainly have had a lot of control over this side of the lobby. Chips is that Lone Ranger. You can see him now refolding back into the team. Yeah, very awkward circular play, and smoke seem to be hyper important going forward.
A lot of smokes are on side for influence rage as well. I think D Plus have had a little bit more of a draw on their resources, which is going to make stuff a little bit harder for them, especially how crunched in they are on this northeast side. You can see Nolbu trying to leverage as much ground as he can from the blue zone to move on forwards, trading in the vehicles, go for the buggy. And this next move for D Plus is make or break. They've had one chicken dinner already today. They want to try and repeat it, but 77 is going to be a real tough challenge to get out of the way.
77. I think for 77, this game means a lot to them. Just because they have been dipping a little bit on the rankings. This is a great game. Bring themselves back up to speed. Shifu, 6 elims so far. We know this guy is incredibly good at the game. Limbo Boom opts to not go for an early heal, just get out the way and back down again. But D Plus are just slowly pushing them further and further away, shepherding them to an early demise going forward. I mean, the control from D Plus has been really good because Influence have just done nothing. So D Plus is like, okay, we will try and dominate the lobby. And finally, there's a breakout coming through from Influence.
Just kidding, straight back into the cover as they turn around and immediately get humbled on that rollout. I mean, 77 takes shots, so did D Plus as soon as they go for it. It's really, really difficult to make this rollout for Influence Rage because they didn't get any control over these hillsides earlier. They couldn't quite make it work. Nades are going to start to be traded now between 77 and D+. A lot of damage over towards Zadira, out by the crate. We're into the final zone. Osal moving forwards. The smokes are all important now, Black. Nades not connecting for Limbo Boom. Over towards D+, but Chips is spotted and it's Low Boy to be able to take the first shot, take that first spray, and maybe give 77 a bit of an opportunity. The breakout for him Influence Rage as well as the smokes start to bloom. Nolby moving forwards as Fabian gets in for the res. The cover from the vehicle to stop those nades short.
My God, there's a lot of nades that Influence has been holding on to here, and they are starting to pay off big time as Zadira takes a heavy hit. Limbo Boom's not down yet, but a lot of damage done. In comes D+, rolling out in the vehicles. Nolbu looks to step out himself with the S12K. A lot of damage done. Limbo Boom's down. Now Shifu, last player to hold down the fort.
Looking like the Autobots on that rollout from D+, and let's see if they can transform this game into a chicken dinner. But Influence Rage, they may just be able to be the Decepticon, and D+ will be taken down by it. A lovely rollout and a flex out from Influence Rage, perfectly timed to capitalize on the chaos in the middle of it all. And that didn't go the way I thought it would, but they've managed to make it work. Brazil happy with that result.
I remember the compound they held, a little bit of an easy game. I am surprised that what we saw there didn't happen much earlier, which is a case of let's just smoke off the entirety of Influence Rage's compound, and then we can take the fight between D Plus and 77 in an individualistic manner. But yeah, Influence Rage, really good nades towards the end there to secure themselves that victory.
Well, Max, Hot Jukes, welcome back everyone to the desk here. We've had an exciting 22 elimination game in match 2. And then Max, I don't know how many limbs Influence Rage got at the very end there, but it can't be that high.
It's not a lot. I literally thought we were going to get a 0 elimination top 3 position for Influence Rage, but they do actually have a lot of resources. I mean, you mentioned it, Jason, during the end of that game when talking to us. Like, we wonder how many resources do they have, utility, how many bullets do they still have for each of their weapons. Answer is they had a ton of grenades. They were just chucking it all onto D plus here, all onto the side of 77, and just keeping them at bay. And really, because of how the fight initiated between D plus Kia and Influence Rage, I thought this was going to be maybe 77's match to win, but the fact they don't lose too many players and are able to just get close, in nade range, you can see here, Lorenzi gets a great spray down onto Chip, and they just start picking off players one by one because of the smokes Hot Jukes that were positioned in a really, really smart area.
Yeah, perfectly placed. Because that's the thing is that, one bad smoke here can just destroy your team. You smoke yourself out, you completely eliminate your sight lines and allow the other team to just destroy you. But no, they're put perfectly within that range. I love to see that here. Influence Rage, 6 elimination game. This day kind of feels like a roller coaster already. Like last game we were like, ah! Now we're like, climbing back up.
Now we're like,
yeah, for sure. But we still got one more Aaron Gale coming on up, so we can still see some magic happen for sure. But I do want to talk about the start of the game, Max.
Oh, you talking about the bridge? We're doing it?
Oh,
talking about the bridge camp? So CAG Osaka, for those who did not check the first Orangle, left the bridge as phase 1 started closing. They did not want to fight 4MV. After what 4MV did on that previous game, they're like, no, what? You're not going to mess with us anymore, 4MV. We're going to mess with you. We are taking you out ASAP. And they take out Doc specifically, which is very important. But is this something we're going to see happen now every single Wrangles? If so, 4MV is going to have a bit of a tougher time to reach that late game.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm glad that they did it so fast, right? That they didn't wait, for another game to go by. No, they did that bridge camp nice and early. Yeah, just to put that pressure onto them, to make them second guess themselves as they cross. Because, after especially that last match, just seeing them pop off, you gotta kind of, just slow them down a little bit. And that's the way to do it for sure, Jason. So, I think that was a really, really smart play from CAG Osaka. What do you think?
I think it was a slight reality check for 4MV as well. That, you might have been able to pull off 22 eliminations in the last match, but you still have to respect all these teams. You can't just freely go over this western bridge, because teams like Kakazaka will punish you for it. We did see 4MV, after they lost a couple players, they did rotate toward the eastern bridge instead, where Team Secret do drop over towards Novo, and they did eventually make their way towards the zone. So yeah, I think for 4MV, it's just kind of a sign of these teams aren't going to let you run away with matches like this, and they're not going to give you too much respect. So we need to see some adaptations in 4MV's play. But speaking of these rotations, one thing I did see though, Max, that was quite nice to see, considering the way the zone went eventually, and of course the river in the middle, is that we've had Thunder Talk, Team Secret, and Star all rotate through Yas 9 to get towards that northern side of the river without having to, be congested into this massive conglomerate of teams.
It's a really good rotate. I think that if you're not a very straight up southern or western team and you drop a little bit more towards the east, you can very easily go north of Yasnaya Lake and you'll be fine. Unfortunately for Team Secret and also for the side of Star Wars, they do have a little bit of a clash in the open, so they lose players pretty quickly, and then the rotation followed by that fight is not going to be too easy for them to pull off. And because of that, guess what? D plus Kia just start absolutely sweeping Hot Jukes. All of those northern teams, after they cleared the southern bridge east of Rozok, they're going for Team Secret. They're going for Thunder Talk Gaming. They're just sending it on everyone they would see to make sure they have the northern space available, to make sure they can get as far in the match as they possibly can. And that results in the top 3. If they were passive, they would have gone out way, way earlier, in my opinion.
Oh, for sure. I love the fact that D plus Kia has that heads up to be able to decide when to just adjust strategies. They saw that circle and they're like, you know what, the chances of us just winning this game easily is so slim. We got to start fighting teams on this edge. Let's put some points on the board and just kind of see what happens. And that's the right play, right? You push one squad, hey, it worked out, right? We got some nice eliminations. Get loot up fast, move on to the next one. Oh, we won that fight. Perfect, And it just kind of just snowballs after that. So D plus Kia, they knew exactly what to do once they saw that zone shifted, and they executed it properly for sure.
One team I do want to touch on really quickly, Max, is Stalwart. And they picked up 7 eliminations in this game. I mean, this is like the first time we're going to see them at this kind of level of competition after the massive changes they've had between summer and fall. I think this, for me, is a good sign if you think back to CSA. I feel like being able to see them be able to compete when it comes to just like the combat aspect here at PMGC is a real telling of like how good this team can be. I'm just curious how it's going to work out when it comes to more of like the placing points and more of like the macro plays.
I have a reason I've not been talking about them too much, Jason, is because I'm waiting for the Miramar, and I am gonna pop off. If I see that hot drop, I'm gonna be fuming. Okay, no, hopefully it does not happen. But they've had some good fights. Unfortunately, here they did lose some players in the open to the side of Team Secret. They did have an MG3 for like 10 seconds, I think, and then it was just snatched away by Team Secret. It didn't quite work out, but no, there's definitely some potential. This is definitely the better iteration of the Stalwart roster, Jason, we saw compared to Spring. Like, this team is 100 times better, in my opinion, but it's global. It's a bit of a different beast they got to tackle here, so it might take a bit of time for them to get used to this lobby that is very tough for them.
Yeah, for people out there who might not be familiar, if you didn't watch CSA, Hot Drops, Picado, we were so angry at Stalwart so consistently as they went up against not noobs, and well, we're not hoping to see that again because we're going to get very angry at this team. But one team we're not going to be angry at right now is I'd say D+, man. We're talking about consistency. Obviously, Sandhawk getting a win earlier on today, having a really good result here in match 3, Hot Jukes. South Korea is really showing up this PMGC, and I think they're probably the strongest region we've seen so far in terms of like the 3 teams they're fielding.
Oh, for sure. I mean, especially like just watching how they played this last game, because I love it to see teams put up solid points when they're dealing with a very terrible like circle shift. So D plus Gia to put up 9 in their position, it's not easy. So I'm very impressed. I mean, we got plenty of matches left. If they just continue on this run, I mean, we could definitely easily see them, make it to the finals here. Someone's going to have to slow them down, though. That's going to be the thing. So, when you see these teams get hot so fast, it puts a big target on your back. And we just saw how that worked out here in the last game, especially for one squad in particular.
Which one? Which one are you talking about?
Oh, you know the squad, right? The top squad.
Oh, okay. No. Don't say it. Don't say it, Max. Don't say it yet. One team, though, I think I did all 3 of us have Team Liquid in our top 3 for this group.
Bottom 3.
I had them in my top 3. Jukes, where'd you have Team Liquid?
I had Team Liquid in my top 3.
I did. And you, Max?
Same. I had them too.
Wow.
Yeah.
Not a strong start on a Team Liquid, unfortunately, but give them time. They're going to bounce back. I can kind of feel it. What did you actually call them, Max, earlier?
They're just the ponies. Because I don't know. It was
words in there.
It was a bad joke, Jason. We don't have to bring it up.
I liked
That's
it.
fine. No, it's not great. I don't recommend it. Though I want to talk about one team actually to move the topic somewhere else. Regnum Karabra. It was quite interesting. Juice, we were talking about their position in the Harry Potter Tower. Unfortunately, the main issue, the main threat to those kind of positions is that if you leave the team get a little bit too close, which is what happened, 77 got way too close, guess what? 2-3 nades is going to clear the entire building. I think Regnum Karabra, if they maybe pushed out a bit preemptively to clear 77, maybe they would have been in their shoes to get the chicken dinner, but quite unfortunately, they let them get too close, and then we saw what happened. They just get completely destroyed on the southern side.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great position to hold, and that's kind of like the tough part. When you're ever in like one of those spots that its potential game-winning position, you could just stay there for just a little bit too long, and it's just unfortunate that it didn't work out for them.
Well, fortunately for them, they're going to have some time off here to rethink some things before we head into our final Erangel match of the day. We'll see you all in just a few.
soft as dreams in twilight sky. Storm silent violet soldiers in their fight.
Welcome back to day one of Group Green, the halftime here so far on day one, and I'm joined by Silas. Silas, first of all, these questions are going to be from the Turkish talent. Shout out to everybody, Scott, Sensor, Jargish, miss you guys. You guys were able to play PMSL with Ezel, and then you guys have been able to change to Customs. What has changed? How were you able to adjust?
Bu soru zaten Türkiye tarafından geliyor. PMSL'de Ezel'le beraber oynadın. Ama bu PMG'de Ezel'i kırmızıya değiştirdiniz. Bir fark oldu mu?
Yani bir fark olmadı çok fazla. Sadece kırmızı biraz heyecanlı. Heyecanlı attığı zaman çok kolay bir şekilde oynayacak yani.
Actually there's not much changes, but just kırmızı a bit excited because he's excited. If he can control his excitement, he can play better.
Okay, all right. Well, hopefully he will be able to control that excitement. We have already played 3 matches, as I mentioned earlier. How have you felt the lobby? What's the level of hardness of the lobby so far?
Bu haftanın lobisine göre nasıl kolaylık, zorluğu yani? Kolay mı, zor mu, normal mi?
Yani lobby çok da zor değil. Şu ilk 3 maç biraz kendi hatamızdan gitti. Yani full komple. Yani lobby çok zor değil. Halledeceğimizi düşünüyorum. İnşallah hallederiz.
Yeah, actually the hardness for the lobby is actually quite normal. It's not that hard, but we lost for we didn't perform that good for these 3 matches. But I hope that we can do better after this.
All right, well, luckily for him, it is just 3 matches. With all the upcoming matches left, not just today, but in the next 3 days as well, who do they see as a threat in this lobby?
Valla bu son 3 gün sonrası içinde hangi takımı zor biliyorsun? Tehdit olarak yani bu grup içinde.
Forenvi'yi korkutucu. Onun dışında TT korkutucu. Bir de Team Liquid. Bir de Damonki oynadı şu an.
For this group is Team Liquid, for MV, neydi? Damonkia, Demar. Okay, that one is that. So.
Right on. Well, hey, I'm pretty sure you're going to try to make it to the finals once again, as you have been to so many finals already at the PMGC, and you have actually gotten a chance to win it. So thank you so much for your time. Back to you guys.
Well, Max, we were there last year in Turkey, and we had S2G literally right behind us, and we saw the look of defeat on Silas's face when they unfortunately underperformed when it came to the global finals last year. And, you know, he's back for redemption. Credit to him to re-qualify for another year here. The 5th time, I believe you said earlier on today. You know he's hungry for that win yet again, but it's still going to be a difficult journey with teams like 4MV, D+. I think he even has Thunder Talk in there as well.
Yeah.
Teams to watch out for.
I mean, he's rebuilding everything from the ground up, Jason, right? After losing the team of S2G last year, right? He had to restart everything from zero. But, like, again, 5 times PMGC, as you said, Jason. He is one of the most experienced global players when it comes to PUBG Mobile eSport. And really, if he can feed that knowledge, that experience to the rest of his teammates, with time, these guys could become an absolute menace. Of course, they still have Razy, which this guy's just cracked when it comes to Turkey. But that really, these guys could pop off really well. So we just got to give them a bit more time.
Hot juice. Are you showing something off there?
Oh, no, nothing at all.
What are you pointing
That's
at?
right.
I'm gonna wait for this man to
I
throw
think you
something
might
off.
be pointing at this. Our Infinix GT20 Pro. I think he's trying to, say, I still want one of those with its 120 FPS, not to mention the 144 Hz AMOLED screen. Optics, you're already a pro, but I guess you can continue to play like a pro by picking one of these up for you guys at home as well. I actually hope this keeps going the entire event. We just keep showing off our own Infinix GT20 Pro, and Hodges just gets more and more sad. But also, while you guys are at home, our teams to focus. To be fair, Hodges, it took me like 5 years to finally get my first phone through PUBG Mobile. I put 4MV, D+, and Kagasaka. Hodges, looking over at yours, you have 4MV, D+, and Team Liquid. Still sticking with those teams.
Yeah, I mean, I got to put Team Liquid on there because they got to start something up here sooner than later. Top 3 is the goal. I mean, we see the group of death coming up with the survival stage. So if you're Team Liquid, you definitely want to be in that spot. And I mean, I know MaxMat is just, he's so still because when he hears Team Liquid performing so bad that it makes him shocked, and I understand why too.
My camera is just completely overheating because of those dock nades from earlier. That's what's going on. No, I have my Pixelsoft DRS because not gonna lie, there was a lot of hype around the side of DRS, and these guys are gonna pop up. They're gonna do so well. As of right now, they're in 12th position. They're in the red zone in the rankings, so we need to see them do well. It feels so weird talking and my mouth not moving. There we go. Thank you.
Was there a squirrel as your cameraman?
Yes, it just ate my cables. I don't know. I don't know what.
These damn squirrels, man. I swear, they're messing with all of us. I had internet problems before as well. But yeah, I mean, DRS, I didn't really know where to place them coming into this group, to be honest, Max, because I feel like in fall season for CSA, they weren't really that exciting.
Sorry, I'm trying to fix my stuff at the same time. But realistically, looking at DRS, they showed potential right in the spring and fall season of CSA. I think we don't really have those big standout players on DRS currently. We had Sleepy sometimes with the Mini 14, but it's not really been like too much happening for him currently. I think, though, realistically, Jason, looking at the survival stage, which team's over there, I think the DRS, the best opportunity for them to qualify to the grand finals would be Group 3, realistically. Top 3, I think, is achievable. Sure, they're at the bottom right now, but it's only 3 games. There's a lot of time for them to just pull off that comeback. But when you look at the teams they predicted, right, Hot Jukes, for DRS, Killer himself did not put DRS in top 3, so even they know this group is tough, so it doesn't seem like they have that confidence that, we're just going to pop off. Even they are kind of realistic, saying, we're not one of the top squads in this lobby.
I don't know if this is much. I guess realistic is the right word. I was going to say, just trying to play it safe, right? Just in case they don't have a great performance. Because if they're nervous about that, it's always a bad luck whenever you rank yourself first and then you end up last. We've seen that happen a couple times. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what? Stay humble. Nothing wrong with that, for sure. But you know what? There's still, like you mentioned, plenty of time left to be played. And all it takes is a good couple matches to get it going. My only concern is, after seeing the pop-off matches we've seen today, it makes things that much more difficult, right? Because we could definitely see some point sponges add up here pretty quick, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, 4MV, pull off another 32-point game. You're definitely soaking up every point possible towards the top of the table. And again, not going to be too harsh when it comes to, I guess, team standings in our first day of play, because anything could change. Like, you could just have one chicken dinner and go from outside top 11 to inside top 3 potentially. Like, that's how close it can still be. So, yeah, exactly, right? So, you're not going to judge them too much just yet, but obviously, one thing we can judge on is, rotations, adaptations, more importantly. Kagasaka, I'm curious, will we see them camp out Westbridge yet again here to continue to deny 4MV? Will 4MV adapt instead and just go towards Eastbridge, where Team Secret could be waiting? I feel like this is one of the first times, actually, Max, we've seen 4MV being punished out of Bridge, whereas in CSA, I think they just continually were able to rotate out cleanly.
I think the teams in CSA learned their lesson, Jason. They're like, we're not going to take the risk anymore. Though, CAG Osaka, you might be having fun now. You might be having a lot of fun, defending against 4MV as they try and go north of the bridge. You wait until you get a military island finish. You're going to be held off. You're going to have a little bit of a reverse engagement happening in that situation. But it's good to see some teams, right, Hodges, adapt so quickly. 3 games in, we're already seeing some changes happening to adapt to the teams in the lobby. For the long term of this lobby, going into day 2 and 3, we're going to see some cool changes for these teams going forward.
Yeah. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. One team in particular, I'm going to keep my eye on this one, is Regnum Karya, man. These guys got 2 pretty much Rozhawk-ish zones, and they didn't perform as well. One left Erangel. Let's see them make it happen.
All right, let's jump straight in, out of the plane, into Erangel for the last time today with John Allen and Blake.
We got one more chance for Hot Jukes to take a look at RCB. He keeps wanting them to do well, and I feel like I kind of have to agree with him. This is a little bit disappointing from them, but there's still a couple more matches left to go for them. The plane path cuts its way towards the north side of Erangel this time around, from Stalba over towards Hospital, over towards Georgia Pole on the western edge. So military base may be a little bit inaccessible. Does that mean a 4MV hot drop or a readjustment coming on through?
More than likely a readjustment, right? I think that's where we're probably going to see RMB head over towards. I'd agree with Hot Jukes. I definitely would like to see more out of RCB. I don't think they're a bad team by any stretch of the word. I think that a lot of times they do take a little bit of time to get rolling, though, right? You know, the engine doesn't quite start as smoothly as we'd like, but they're a very good squad, very strong squad. But yeah, just not quite there yet, John.
Quite. I think that was 4MV going out just over towards Everest. Thunder Talk trying to drop on this compound. I think they could potentially have neighbours as well. It's getting quite dangerous over on multiple fronts of this map because of how far north this plane path is. Teams are going to be dropping around those vehicles. CG Osaka still with 4MV very close by to them. Depending on where this circle pops will really dictate what happens here. And this is a big circle to pop for these teams down on the southwest side, right? 4MV, they do have the option to go to military. It's unlikely that the circle finishes there, but it's still very possible on a circle like this. It would be interesting to see if they opt to actually commit to going for that, or if they want to head out towards Primorsk, try and compete for that area of the map.
I genuinely think it's not a bad idea heading towards Sosnovka military base at this point in time. With it being cut into the circle as well, likely it'll remain there for a little while. So heading out towards Sosnovka might give them more time to loot freely, where they're not worrying about other teams coming through. It is just a question of how long it's going to take for them, because if the circle moves hard back up towards that northwest, it might be somewhat of a struggle for 4MV going forward. But yeah, I think they would prefer just to have a nice looting drop. But we'll see what they do, because they're certainly a team that's not going to shy away from many fights, from many interesting situations on the map. And already they're dropping down towards the south side of Gatka Fields, which is a dangerous location to be in. Baron already above Apollo. CAG and 4MV having a bit of a contest. I think this is a smart decision from Baron to drop on that top side. Naoto going far.
Apollo is darting out of there. 4MV can look to extricate themselves. The feud will continue here in Group Green between the team from Japan and the team from Mongolia. Baron is on the inside. Reefus on his two legs, just trying to run through these fields, but there's a pickup. Taxi's here. On the back of the bike you go, and he's on his way. 4MV still yet to fully commit to either going towards one of these positions on the compounds that stretch out on the south of the island, or heading over to Sosnovka. I feel like the beat has been missed to go to Sosnovka at this point fully.
I'm not sure. I'm not actually sure how they're going to play this one out. Like you say, the time is whittling away. There's already 32 seconds on the clock until we start to push in from stage one. There is still time to do it. It really depends how much CAG Osaka is going to deny on this location. They're both heading into Ferry Pier. Oh, it's a nightmare scenario down that side of the map. In the meantime, Rozhok filled with quite a few teams. You've got RCB, D+, 77 in Sunken, and RIQ underneath them on that south side. You see D+ here around school.
4MV, they do actually opt to go for it. We thought it may be a little bit too late, but this was right at the end of that window, I suppose. Certainly that's what they think. And they will be getting across to Sosnovka. The difficulty is if it shifts back to that north side, right? You're going to be going straight back into CAG Osaka. There's sort of no two ways about it, given how they like to hold. Although there is a somewhat non-zero potential that, depending on the next circle, CAG Osaka don't go for this bridge camp and try and get a little bit more central. The reason they could be afforded to go for that opportunity in the last match was because the circle was so far north, right? They were coming in from the edge anyway. They just wanted to sweep 4MV out from behind them to slow that fight down and conclude it earlier than it would have popped off had they let them be. But with a circle like this, sometimes you see teams just turtle up into a position instead of going for a little bit more of a bold hold. So we'll see what CAG Osaka wants to do here.
For 4MV, I kind of said at the start of the game in terms of you still make that crossing over towards Sosnovka.
Yes, I think every team here understands this is likely not going to be a Sosnovka finish here. But again, most reasonable approach because the circle still cuts in military base. But it does mean that basically 4&B has to play edge for the rest of the game. That's going to be the prerogative for them. They can't make an early crossing back towards that center. They can, but it's unlikely teams are going to allow that to happen without casualty. In the meantime, let's take a look at some of our other teams. Obviously, the boys on the desk talk about Team Liquid, currently in 16th place, 3 points. I said multiple times, I don't think that's where they're going to stay. Hopefully, they can come back. They can have a reset. I'm not sure it's going to happen on Erangel, but it might happen on Miramar. Completely different map. A really good point in time to have a mental reset on.
Yeah, that's probably going to be playing into it, right? That's sort of the knowledge that we're on a 1-point average per game right now. We are having a terrible start to our group. It's only Alpha 7 from Brazil that's gotten one of those top 3 spots, and they were looking for maybe a little bit more representation from Brazil over towards that top side. So we'll have to wait and see if Team Liquid will be able to do that, or if they're going to leave it to Influence Rage, because that is currently the team from Brazil who's looking far superior in these games, certainly on the point scores, 27 and in 3rd place. Brute Force, they have had not quite as good of a time as 77, but still a decent showing. I think I will still criticise their 2-2 split at the start of the last game that basically lost that one for them. It completely cut out their opportunity to do anything in this last match, so we'll see if they can pick up the pieces from it with a nice swift south rotate off of this circle.
T Plus playing on the left side, looking over towards Brute Force as they try and rotate in. Some shots going through, a little bit messy. Not the most amazing, but yeah, setting up the buggies to try and get some high ground positioning. RRQ, No Mercy up against 77. Zadira stops short, so that's the primer nade over towards No Mercy. He's like, oh, better get out of here. This is no longer an ideal position to be in. Back towards the rest of the squad. About a minute away from stage 2.
Yeah, Circle, it always seems so lethargic, but it gets up on you faster than you'd think. So we'll see what happens in a minute, because it will force a lot of teams to make a decision, right? The nicest shift that could probably happen to this lobby is a hard northwest shift on where this current circle sits. It would commit to the mainland. It would head over towards the Gatka fields. Teams can find a lot of routes in there. So a hard northwest shift is actually probably the kindest result out of this. The most dastardly and wickedest circle shift would be the southeast shift, right, to military base, and 4MV would be laughing.
Yeah, they would be very happy with that. Few teams, in fact, the only team that went down towards Sosnovka. Team Secret on the eastern side of Quarry, though, not a bad position to be in terms of scouting, in terms of moving forward. It's an interesting one because we do have this massive lineup of teams over the coastal edge of the center island here. Undertalks King, rotating past Jimmy.
Either team going to pull up and go for that fight. They're out in the open. It's a little bit too exposed for their liking. Next circle comes through and it shifts up towards the north blank. That's going to force 4MV to make the crossing that they were probably going to have to do 9 times out of 10. But all of the teams now looking to coalesce towards Pachinki.
Yeah, Pachinki very much a hotspot. Again, for 4MV, like we were saying earlier, they just need a little bit of Sosnovka to be cut in, and it is on that north side, so they can again play this game out a little bit slower, possibly waiting for stage 3 or even stage 4 to cross that bridge. But with Doc already making a path over towards Ferry Pier, maybe there's a location going forward for them to anchor on towards, grapple across to. Brute Force over in the sticks. I want to see if we can find a little bit of a pick-off, but again, awkward location for taking shots from.
Brute Force on the south point. Influence Rage across the way. DRS and Stalwart, that's on the east side blank up towards the coastline. And 2 players from Stalwart already going down. DRS doing a lot of work. Sleepy moving in to get the res over onto Gante. As Killer wants to try and secure these flushes. Sancher as well off on the off angle is down for Stalwart. That's the first flush confirmed. Actually, oh, was that pitched away by Thundertalk? I think it was. King managed to sneak that point back, which means DRS, they don't get any value from their opening knocks here. Really unfortunate. Thunder Talk, though, desperately need those points as well. They're only on 7, and they'll pump up to 8 there. Sleepy does confirm onto 1, so it's 1 apiece for the Southeast fight.
Yeah, taking names for Soul, what? I mean, they're having the worst scenario out of all of this. I mean, points are being stolen, but they're losing players in the meantime. 4V finding a shot over towards Garnet from CAG Osaka. Goodness me, like Max was saying, ooh, you better be careful. This is not a team to anger, to frustrate inside of this lobby as they send in.
4MV going for the roll-up here to CAG Osaka. Bad blood breaks to New Mutiny as 4MV continue the feud. 4MV on the roll-up, Doc slow and steady in the hovercraft. He's getting the perfect angle. He's lining it up. He's calculating. He's getting all the information as well. That's a big scouting mission. Something the hovercraft can be used for, but Apex is down in the meantime, and a nice spray out. And CAG Osaka are ready for it. A pickup onto 2 of 4MV, including the man himself, Doc. Leaves 2 players now left standing. It's Rufus and Baron.
Not entirely sure what Doc was planning. I understand that the hovercraft does provide you a big amount of cover, but the scout was so slow, and I think Doc was expecting the vehicle to provide him a little bit more cover, but the spray down that every single one of the players from CAG put into, because the rest of 4B wasn't pushing up too aggressively, it sort of allowed them to pump so many bullets into that hovercraft that the position became very tenuous for Doc. Yeah, initial knockoff onto Garnet does get pulled through, but now 4MV are in a sticky situation.
It's the sort of play you definitely need that aggressive backup off, right? The value of it is you can get a lot of information relatively safely, like you're saying, but it just wasn't fed back in time and they didn't capitalize on it fast enough. It wasn't quite the right time. The coordination wasn't there for 4MV. So once again, they are snubbed by CAG Osaka as they try to cross the bridge. A difficult story for them to be told. One they'll have to hear and hopefully learn from if they want to maintain that spot towards the top. In the meantime, over in the middle of the circle, you've got D plus Kier holding out RRQ on their approach, RCB trying to push on in, everybody fighting out in the open fields now to leave this west side too.
Potato from Boy Donkey will go down. Dear me, DRS, Sleepy's down. One player from Stalwart still alive and kicking. DRS would like to clean him out. Magnum will take down Potato. So first the grenade elimination of the match here. D plus onto RQ. Could step out though.
Stalwart with just the one player left standing. Gianti now is able to find it. That should be the reses coming through for DRS. Playing on as 4 as the southeast side, they'll be able to look to turn their attention to getting up the cliff face ahead of them. Because that is a real difficult jump. With Thunder Talk moving off of it as well, they're going to have a little bit of an easier time, but still a pretty treacherous approach out to the west side for DRS.
Yeah, difficult maneuvers. At least they have 4 players. I think that's the main thing. Still looking strong with the eastern side being a little bit less populated and off towards the west. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. They can continue forward off the back of this one. D plus once again in a nice central spot, playing a 2-2 split, north and south at the moment, so they have options going forward for this team.
D plus Kia right now, I think, in, again, a really solid central spot. The hill to the southeast of Pachinki. They're split across it right now, 2 and 2. RCB unlikely to be moving too much further forwards as they're a duo on the south side. The teams around Pachinki going to be much more concerned with getting out to the east. So I think D plus Kia fairly safe from full pushes. Team Liquid is probably the team that will look to try and move on in. But 77 are going to slow them down, force them to regroup out to the west side too.
Okay, 77 made a very quick rotate. They were stuck over towards that western side for quite a while. They just flew on through. I respect that from 77. But now they're out in the open on a broad side on this angle. And Team Liquid still behind them with Cardozo and Mythic. And Isla up front. It's a weird scenario to be in for 77. They've got to be very, very cautious of moves happening next. Mythic, though, shows face. Now, it could be a bit of a bait for them, as Mythic do, alongside with the rest of his team, surround 77. But if Mythic goes down early, suddenly there's an opening to be found here for 77.
It's Spray down for Chief. One looks for the second onto Shifu. But he gets behind the tree just in time, tucked away. Magnum, man of the hour to try and keep them safe, but Mythic's on the off angle. That's a big little pick up there. A little bit of an oxymoron on the sentence, but it's still going to work out well for them to find more that they're looking for. Mythic on the big flex out. And the fact that he's only just gone down is so huge for Team Liquid, but the rest of his team, in the meantime, has been dismantled. 3 knocks going either way, and 77 need to try and stand up tall, but can they do it? Can they keep their heads above water? The res for Cardozo can come through on Mythic now.
2 solos for 77. Zadira playing this very cautiously. I think he knows that CAG, Osaka, D plus Kia all looking to finish up this fight. Good shots out there, and it will be Vex to take down one of 77 players. Limbo Boom goes down shortly afterwards. So losing Shifu as well as Limbo Boom, not great, and there should be a res coming through for Team Liquid. You wonder if they'll get the full reset, but Vexy is becoming a real problem for both of these teams here. That's a nice nade, actually might pop straight on towards him.
Ooh, is it going to go around the side of the rock? No, it's just a little scrubbly bounce there on the ridge line. Not going to quite find the mark. Cardozo gets the first aid off. It's a good word, isn't it? I like it. It gives the indication that I was going for. Maybe a nonsense word, but Alice in Wonderland did it. Why can't I? Cardozo, though, the second one, not so scrubbly. Looking more scrumptious as Vexy goes down.
Okay. I think that's the third one you've come out with. You're making up words at this point. I love it.
Scrumptious is that's a real one.
No, scrumptious is. Scrubbly, I think we had a squibbly the other day as well.
Yeah. I just did 2 scrubblies there because I liked it so much.
I think you had Quigley as well on Group Yellow. Just like new words all over the place from the John Allen Dictionary.
The slidey toes, the Gar and Gimble in the way.
Those aren't made up, those were authored.
Little difference for Team Liquid. Not going to be hearing too much of the nonsense on the roll-up. Unfortunately, they do lose a player. And a second as well. That is pretty nasty stuff. Brute Force able to cut across them with a broadside on the spray down. I'll let the last stand for Team Liquid. No eliminations found either. And they're still on this bottom side of the table, Blank, with only 1 player left standing, surrounded by Team Secret. Brute Force know exactly where they are. I've got to wonder if they're going to be able to...
Yeah. Still 0 points. I guess. But 77 is diabolical stuff, man. Feels really rough. CAG Osaka down to 3 players, but 5 eliminations so far. Good stuff for them. 4MV's also out, so successful approach in terms of their defense versus 4MV.
D plus Kia still a pivotal position, and this 2-2 split, now a 3-1 split. That they've managed to hold this hill to the southeast of Pachinki really, really well. CAG Osaka moving up to Osal on the off angle, forcing him to regroup out to the field. Now they're in the dip, so a little bit more danger for D plus Kia, but we'll see if they can weather the storm. CAG Osaka will undoubtedly try and inflict upon them from that high ground position that they just vacated. RRQ scrapping on the southeast side with Thunder Talk, who are down to just King. He's trying to hold up in the shack, and RRQ roll out towards the blue zone. They want to find this off angle here. No Mercy spots him moving on the inside here, and they're trying to pin him down, but he's quite wily. Let's see what they can do. Auto shotgun there, and the Molotov on the inside means that it's not going to work for King, but there is an off angle. Who's that? There's a cheeky little third party coming on the flex out there as Cellcom Digi Alliance move out to the southwest to pick up the pieces.
There's some very weird fights going around the map right now in terms of just the third parties coming through. Void Donkey have had some crazy impact on this game, just in terms of being able to take some good shots. That's what they're called, bro.
Yeah, sure. Let's go with that now. It's they're renamed. Yeah. Going on in. I do like it. The Void Donkey squad. It's fun.
That's right.
It's energetic, and I'm liking that. That's exactly what they need as well. They want to try and break up into the survival stage bracket on this game. On the east side, they'll try and make it forwards, but D plus Kia still, they're now in first place, Blank, having overtaken 4MV, going to show that making up the points in the aggregate can be more effective than just having those massive blast out games. unless you can find those games consistently, it's just not going to work out. Could be dethroned. A lot of crashes going on. The roll down there, an immediate spray back in response. It's Voin Donkey playing with two, looking to poke their noses in towards Influence Rage on the north.
Yeah, Voin Donkey doing pretty good so far. I see Zeta as well as Razor on that north side. Oh, Sleepy getting a Molotov onto his teammate. Not ideal. A lot of teams heavily battered and bruised inside this lobby already. Somewhat understandable considering that the northwest side, a lot of dead ground there in terms of the fielded position. The teams are going to be taking casualties all over the place. Digital Alliance currently down towards that southeast side, though, in a good spot. In a very, very good spot, actually. They just need to get rid of Voin Donkey.
Two players remaining. Vicious as well, trying to move in on this eastern side, but it's just Bruno's in. Now left standing for them. Influence Rage going to be able to take shots. Voin Donkey trying to move in ahead of this. Can't quite finish the spray here. Penned down by the shots overhead. By the Self-Competitive Alliance on the south, Influence Rage on the north, and still he's going for the fight. Has the smoke cover to try and make it work. D+ Kia still in the middle on the edge of those Pachinki fields on the southeast side. Next circle about to come in. Self-Competitive Alliance losing a player on the south edge gives it a little bit more breathing room, but they all are going to have to scrap for the east side now.
Dear me. D+, though, wonderful spot to be in. I think they're really happy with this position. They control a lot of ground up towards this western side. They need to get rid of Team Secret, as well as the final player from Team Liquid, who may get a point off the back of placements, which is great news. Great news. The Vicious from those in. Bruno's in. Can't get away, can't doze in, bro. Can't help it. And Influence Rage towards that northeast side, who have just come off the back of quite a good game. I think get another one here. They'll be very, very pleased with themselves. Already sat in a nice third place, just underneath 4 and V. But D+ off this game have reclaimed the first place spot.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I was saying, right? With the fact that 4MV had that one pop-off, but they haven't really been able to back it up. They got 32 of their points in one game blank. D+, they managed to get a first place in the first game. In the third match, they came, I think they ended up coming third to a late fall down from the second place team. But still, a really, really big point tally. And this game, again, they should be on to a strong match. And this is how you win championships, right? You don't get these 22-point games. Well, you can, and you teams have in the past, but it's all off the back of the low-end games, right? You get these high ball games, but in the end, it comes down to where your floor is, where your averages are. We'll see if they can keep that one going, because Influence Rage looking to try and keep that third-place average as well, as Law holds beside the tree pre-pod with a fancy feet hopping in and out of the roll-up, trying to get the res onto Neos here. The fact that he may be allowed to do this is crazy, but that Molotov should seal the deal onto Neos. The spray down, but the off-angle not so strong. And Influence Rage taken down. Brute Force able to push them aside. Up to 5 eliminations on the game now, but they're only playing as 2. And they still have Brunozin across the way.
Yeah, Brute Force don't go for the Riz over towards their teammate. Instead, they just reduce the aura coming through from Influence Rage by a sizable margin, in fact. But Brute Force will send away. I think playing over towards that north side, trying to get heavier placements in this game is smarter. Bruno's in. He's just going to sit it out. Okay, makes sense. Oh, he's been spotted. That's unfortunate. Has to step up, but it will be Cluck over from Digital Alliance to support the guys from Brute Force. And our pre-pause wondering, where did that shot come from?
Or where was it going to? More accurately. But it's gone either way, the threat on their off angle. Team Secret on the southwest, they've been trying to play quiet through this one. D+, Kia as well. 7 eliminations now. Playing from the west side, I feel like this is another game that they could really take control of. There is a loot crate as well, just out to their northeast side. You can see Nolbu closest to it. And that's going to give them an important linchpin position to move in towards that hillside that is stretching out before them, that these teams on the east are going to try and fight over. Osel They have to leave the watchtower fairly soon. All these bunkers, all these trenches to play around, and it is great news for their mobility across the rest of this circle. They get a huge shift out west flank. This should be another South Korean chicken dinner.
Yeah, it should be an easy game for D+. Fantastically done so far. Up to quite a few eliminations already on the map. Folio as well as the squad. Like, they've done well in this match, I would say. The control down towards the southeast side has not been easy. Furia, last left here for Brute Force, and does get pinned to the tree. A real sapper of a play there.
Real tough to be able to get away from that one in a 1v3, but Furia, you're right, just gets slammed against the trunk there.
Yeah, it takes tree hugging to the next level, unfortunately. D+, 11 eliminations now versus some Digital Athletics. Digital Alliance, sorry. Damn, trying to mix out all the names in that one. Yeah, for D+, they just have this rich side. And again, by virtue of the fact that D+ have had such a safe position in what has been a very, very dangerous circle, likely they should have this game. MG3 as well. Max always loves to see. Good shot onto one. Caleb goes down. And yes, it's over. It's over.
It should be completely over. There's potential for things to get a little bit fresh as Olio finds Nolbu. It's a 2v3, and they know where Olio is. That nade not quite doing the job, but Chips is on the off angle. He's going to stretch out, find the last player. This is how you shut it down. First place for D+ Kia now on the cards, and they continue to put up numbers. A second chicken dinner in our first 4 matches. South Korea, they did it back in Group Yellow. They impressed us with DRX, with Mir and Sejong, and now it's the turn of D+ Kia. Can anyone take them down?
Seemed casual about it as well. Very nicely done. A chicken dinner with a side serving of aliolio right at the end there. So very fantastic stuff from D+ Kia. Continue to put up a consistent margin.
Consistent is the perfect word, and Max, I have to kind of think back to when we were doing those watch parties for CSA, and we got the question, like, what's the strongest region? We had 2 different mini questions within that question. Is it the top teams, or is it the average strength of the region? And right now, just looking at top teams alone, I think South Korea just might be the best region in the world when it comes to just top teams, period.
In 3 weeks. That's all they needed.
That's crazy.
Like, okay, we are going to change the topic of the conversation. South Korea, best region, hands down. I mean, the way D+ play it, the thing is, looking at this game, realistically, Hodrix, it doesn't seem like it's even hard for D+, to be completely honest. Like, they just, we go 2-2 split early game. We have 2 players on the hilltop south of the Pachinki field, 2 players in the trenches. Circle centers up. We go players in the trenches, and we just start blasting teams all around us one by one. And look at the elimination count, man. They all got at least 3 eliminations, which is crazy numbers to have. Like, D+, they're out here to play. They want to do, they want to try and do what Mir and Sejong were doing in the first week. Also with DRX, they're just trying to make sure they put the side of South Korea into PMGC. Are we going to see all the South Korean teams make it? Like, maybe.
It's unbelievable. Let's put it this way, like I fell asleep in the middle of the game, and I was like, Max, man, wake me up, tell me how many D+ Kia eliminations we got in that one. I mean, I could have easily. You know, it's crazy to watch. I mean, look at this. I mean, once they got just circle locked on this one, so it's like, you know, the thing is I would first be a little bit weary if this was the only win that we've seen, but it's not, right? Even in the games where they didn't get circle blessed at all, they were busting down some solid eliminations with 9, and now they get a good, favorable circle, and they just straight dominate the lobby. I mean, literally, like I said, I was just watching the game, and my eyes were on autopilot, and I was just started just counting. I was like, okay, how many eliminations are these guys going to get? And they crushed it. So, I mean, D+ Kia on top, and I do think, Max, that we're going to see 4MV try to utilize the strategy I was talking about. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
just 2 pop-off games, you know, maybe 1 more in Miramar coming up soon?
Maybe. I mean, talking about 4MV, I don't know what the hell Doc was doing in the other craft. I think we just ignore that push onto CJ Osaka entirely. But I think we're going to have a new team in first place after a game like this. D plus Kia have been extra consistent throughout today, and 4 matches in. Going into Miramar, I want to see if they're going to continue. Juice, that's a big question you just brought up, right? How is it going to work out over there? But right now, we already got some contenders. Are like, if they maintain this type of consistency throughout the next few days, like they're top 3, easy. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, well, if we think about how they've done so well so far in these matches, I feel like a big part of that is kind of a center play. Like, they kind of set it into a compound in towards the center of one of these zones, very reminiscent of what we saw out of Mir and Sejong, and then just kind of wait there until the game does proceed in a way that they can pick up these eliminations. So I do worry, will D plus Kia run into problems if they're not able to adapt to not being able to play this center style? Because coming into tomorrow, I'm assuming all these teams are going to be like, oh, D plus success, center play, let's start playing more center here instead of playing edge, which makes things a lot more difficult for D plus to hold on to.
Yeah, they don't want to pull a Mir and Sejong and just having teams just understanding very quickly what their game plan actually is. But no, as of right now, again, I think they were also in a pretty central position really early on. The 2-2 split was good. Yeah, it's going to be down to the other teams really to become a threat to them, Jason. But as of right now, it's not been happening. So D plus Kia are just abusing it as long as they possibly can. And that gets them an extra 24 points on the board. Pretty good match.
Domination, dude. Domination. And you know what? It's going to be interesting to see coming up Miramar here, because due to my research, I believe we're going to see them land mostly on the coastline here, Max Man. So, especially if we get like southern circles, I think they're going to have a great rotation on inside. Of course, if we see like an El Pozo circle, it could be a little bit difficult for them. But, you know, when it comes to the early game rotations, these guys are so solid. I've been watching them all day today. You know, if the zone hard shifts, you could see them instantly start hugging that hard shift side and rotating to that open side of the map. So, I mean, D plus Kia, they are quick at it. And it just goes to show, if they get a favorable circle, they're going to win this game by a lot.
Can we maybe talk about Alliance a little bit, Max? Thinking back to PMWC in the group stage, I guess, at the event, they topped the table. Like, they were number 1 coming out of that. Then they went to the finals and they completely disappeared. Now, one of the reasons they were so successful was kind of their edge splits they would pull off and the kind of edge sweeping play they would do. How have they been playing so far here today in this group?
As of right now, this last game in particular, Jason, was kind of similar to what they were doing back in the league stage of PMWC, which is, oh, we're playing the edge of the circle, we're playing it somewhat passive, we've got some players that are a little bit split trying to gather some information. They see specifically the fight happening in the warehouses south of, I think it was Phase 5, and they see RRQ fighting Thundertalk Gaming. And see, okay, well, this is an opportunity not only for us to get a ton of eliminations, but also we're going to be clearing all of the teams that might be competing for that high ground position, and then they can get the high ground, they get to the late game. Sure, the circle doesn't quite remain on that high ground, but it makes them an easy pathway to the top 3. So yeah, I think that here they're just very up to date when it comes to gathering information and third partying really, really important fights, and it worked out great, Hot Juice, this time around. So I would say Alliance Shore might be a little bit silent here today, but they definitely are getting some pretty decent results every few matches.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about that consistency, you know what I'm saying? And it's so hard to, you know, really put up big numbers when you have just such dominant squads, you know what I'm saying? And at a certain time, I'm going to be interested to see, like, you know, now that we look at the overall leaderboards, D plus Kia on top. And I wouldn't have even counted on this, Max, because we saw 4MB, like, with the most ridiculous match that we've seen in quite a long while, right? But then silence. D plus Kia, consistency at the highest level. That's the thing, is that, yeah, we're seeing some squads put some decent points on the board, but what are you going to do when you have these points bunches like this?
Just be careful about
squeeze the sponge.
I would say.
I mean, squeeze the sponge. That's all I can say. Don't let him have opportunities like this. I mean, as you did mention, Kakasaka, that's 2 games in a row now, Max. They're able to punish. Well, they punished 4MB for sure in match 2. In match 3, I think Doc was punishing 4MB with the hover grab push he did into the backlines of Kakasaka. Let's look down the rest of this year's Stalwart. Not much movement for them, unfortunately. Not really getting too much in the last match. Random Kari as well in 10th place. You know, besides Team Liquid, which I think is the obvious one, Hot Jukes, what team has kind of surprised you towards the underperformance, not towards playing extremely well?
I mean, there's so many names, right? You see the PEL guys, TT down there. I mean, with only 10 points, that's pretty wild to see. I mean, this is the 2 bottom teams are 2 of the teams I picked to be top 3 at the end of this, okay? You know what I'm saying? So I'm not doing too hot.
You were picking bottom 3, Hot Jukes. We were looking for top 3, but you're doing so well so far in that aspect.
That's what it
This writing goes on, making me so sad. I better go. There's no girl around. Yeah. Cause every time I lose control, there's a woman around. Wasting boys' time. Wasting boys' time. Wasting boys' time. Wasting boys' time. Wasting boys' time. Wasting boys' Search across the sky, a beast they'll never find. Always at the same time, destruction will divide. Moving blocks around, any day now. Perfect combination will lead out. All these to rise. Never really Second guess again. Every other breath makes no sense at all, but we can pretend. Now the zero hits the one, and the fabric comes undone. Is it clear enough? Is it clear enough? These helicopter eyes never really compromise. Oh, these helicopter eyes never really Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. This rights and guilt are making me so sad. I better go. Every single moment I'm down, there's a bell around. Yeah. 'Cause every time I lose control, there's a woman around.
Mobile Venom. The Last Dance is here. In this collaboration, you'll get to enjoy a bunch of fun gameplay, including Black Symbiote Clusters, the Black Symbiote Arm, and a Black Symbiote Warhorse. Let's check them out. From October 18th to November 10th, you'll encounter Black Symbiote Clusters in Erangel, Sanhok, Livik, and Miramar. Near them, you have a chance of picking up a Black Symbiote Arm or coming across a Black Symbiote Warhorse. They offer great advantages, giving you more options in matches. Let's start with the Black Symbiote Arm. With it, you can aim at buildings, the ground, trees, or other fixed landmarks to get around faster and reach your destination. If you aim at a moving target instead, such as an airdrop crate or even another player, it will pull the target towards you, so you can always be on the offense. To travel long distances swiftly, use the Black Symbiote Arm to anchor to the ground and hurtle yourself forward. You'll be covering ground in no time. Furthermore, the Black Symbiote Arm can transform any regular horse or Bloodfire Warhorse you come across into a Black Symbiote Warhorse. Mount the Black Symbiote Warhorse, and you'll find yourself wielding a Black Symbiote Lance, which can be used to deal close-range attacks from atop the horse. At the same time, you can toss the Black Symbiote Lance to ensnare targets within a reasonable distance. While it doesn't do much damage, it's effective for restricting enemy movement, which provides a great battle advantage. Oh, and during the collaboration, Venom himself will appear in-game by showing up prior to jumping. On top of that, follow the in-game collaboration-themed event for a chance to get a Venom The Last Dance avatar frame, parachute, and home items. Join us in PUBG Mobile and check out the Venom The Last Dance collaboration with your teammates. Become the ultimate duo.
wave of airdrops down the lane. Searching the field, we need a plan. I got a feeling something's gotta change. Chasing the wind, no matter what it takes. You be the one, I'll be the next. Where do we go? Clickety clack, firing up like wind blow. Don't wanna lose, neither do I. Hearing the siren that has never changed. Out in the world, far from the low. I got your back. You're not alone. There, even at the lowest, and nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of our fire shadow the darkness above. Glory, never thought of giving up. It's never ending.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League stage, live from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Today, we begin our journey to London. 48 of the world's top teams in PUBG Mobile Esports will fiercely battle for the next 4 weeks to get a place in the grand finals. But that's not all. They will also be competing for their share of this year's $3 million prize pool and the honor to lift the brand new PMGC trophy. As if the stakes weren't high enough, today we'll be beginning with what many consider to be the Group of Death, Group Yellow. Please welcome the teams. Beat Savior from Vietnam. Vampire Esports from Thailand. Twisted Minds from Iraq. Zeus Esports from Turkey. The Muerte from Kazakhstan. And Hura Esports from Nepal. DRX from Korea. And Mirain Sejong from Korea. Reagan's Gaming from China. And Harami Bro from the Philippines. Loops Esports from Brazil. And Inco Gaming from America. Team Spirit from Serbia. And Major Pride from Kazakhstan. Bigatron Knights from Indonesia. Alpha 7 Esports from Brazil. These are the teams representing Group Yellow. Will your favorite team make it to the grand finals, or will their year end in heartbreak? The answers to those questions won't have to wait any longer, because PMGC action starts now.
Well, Seven, it's always heartbreak whenever you're not here with us on the show, but at least you're there on the stage, making the stage look even bigger with your stature. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, joined by two amazing gentlemen going to be walking us through all of the weeks here, starting off with Group Yellow. We got Hot Jukes, we got Max Man. Max, good to see you back once again. I feel like we're kind of matching, if you know what I mean, with our lovely friends on our faces, but today's going to be an exciting first day.
No, it's going to be super exciting, Jason. It's been a while since the CSA watch parties, but we got the best teams in the world right here for PMGC, and we're getting ready to crown the champions. There's going to be a long time until we get there, but the adventure starts now, so I'm excited. Hell yeah.
The adventure, Hot Jukes. I mean, I already know who you're looking at, since you and Seven are so similar. Alpha 7, obviously the big talking point when it comes to this group, but man, looking at the event overall, you've got to be excited for what's to come.
Oh, man, I'm so stoked. I mean, Alpha 7, they won the last big global tournament. They finally broke that curse, you know, and I think they're trying to be the team to repeat in this situation. $3 million is on the line. They hired Seven himself to protect it personally, you know? So, you know, every single dollar is going to be accounted for.
I mean, I think the trophy might even be bigger than Seven, if I'm perfectly honest with you. But side by side, so you know, I don't know, but he's gonna look back at this and probably hate me. But you know, Max, one thing we talked about a lot when it came to PMWC with Kolaris and Seven on the desk was that we're in a period of uncertainty. That we go into this event and we have obviously like our clear standouts, but you can't say with certainty who you expect to win, even thinking back to PMWC.
Yeah, I think we're in a period of time here, Jason, where any region really has at least a team or two that can compete for the title, can compete for that spot in the grand finals, and maybe at the end of the day, the trophy. So, of course, Brazil right now, I think everyone is looking at Brazil as the top region in PUBG Mobile Esport with Alpha 7, but man, CSA, SEA, EMEA, even the regions like South Korea, Japan, like they all have contenders that can compete here. So, as you said, uncertainty is of the hour here for PMGC.
We'll take a look here at the teams that will be participating. If you guys haven't actually checked out who's all playing, you can see what regions they're qualifying from. And one region we have to talk about particularly here is kind of SEA, because they are bringing in so many top dogs, so many teams overall. And even, Max, if I'm not mistaken, you said a certain player out there thinks SEA is the strongest region in PUBG Mobile at the moment.
Yeah, Coops. I mean, if you look in terms of numbers here, I mean, no, Avengers Assemble, when you get all of the SEA teams going into PMGC. Here, Jukes, you have so many squads, but really, you have a few teams that do stand out. I'm looking at Xavier, I'm looking at Vampire, these teams that have played so well previously in global events, Jukes, that for SEA, I would say currently are the top contenders of that region.
I mean, yeah. I mean, everyone. Before we even started the show, right? We were kind of asked the question, which do we think is the group of death? And I think it is Group Yellow. This one. I mean, look at this. I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, you got all the top dogs from Brazil coming in here. You got SEA in the mix as well. I mean, I honestly think it's kind of Alpha 7 versus the world at this point, right?
Whoa,
whoa. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it, right? We expect.
Calm down.
Listen, we expect big things from all these other teams, because honestly, I think it's either going to be Alpha 7 or somebody we don't even expect. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting here, Jason.
Okay. I mean, I think that a team we don't expect is perfectly fitting, considering how we've seen things change up. I mean, for instance, DRX, Max, you had them as one of your team's top 3 from this group. They were, for me, one of the biggest surprises when it came to PMWC, because we expected D plus Kia to be the standout team from Korea.
Yeah, and that was the first time we saw that roster. Of course, some players did play globally before, but like that roster, that was the first time playing globally at PMWC. And I gotta say, Jason, they impressed me from the get-go. There were still some little adaptations that I think they should be trying to attempt to make going into PMGC, which is especially focusing a bit more on eliminations. But when it comes to rotations alone, this is clearly a standout team. And with the year they had in PMPS, Jason, they have been just completely dominating the Korean scene. Now I think the next stage for them is going to be to perform globally, and this is the time to do it.
Definitely, and as we can see, obviously, where all the teams came from, we can see how they've been allocated into these different groups as well. And like we mentioned before, we're going to be kicking things off with Group Yellow, which is already insanely stacked here. There's a couple of names in there, besides the likes of Alpha 7s, that do have a pretty decent chance from what we've seen regionally. But I'm going to throw it out there right now to you, Jukes. Dark Horse, Group Yellow, who is it?
Dark Horse.
Group
Yellow. I guess I'm going to say Eco Gaming, baby. Come on, right? Let's go. I mean, Juancho, the man, the myth, 11. I'm going to just keep on saying it. In my heart, I think this is the best player in the world, baby. Come on, North America, it's our time to shine. If I don't put it out there, guys, it ain't going to happen. You know what I'm saying?
I gotta do it. You gotta put it out there in the universe, you know, or else it's not gonna get picked up and potentially run with. But if our schedule for you guys at home, you can see we're kicking off things with Group Yellow this week, Group Red to follow up, and Group Green thereafter. And you do notice at the end, we have a survival stage and a last chance. So we'll get into that in a little bit of time here, but it's good to keep in mind of what groups you want to watch and when to tune in. Max, Dark Horse, Group Yellow.
Dark Horse Group Yellow, you know what? I can't go my top 3 predictions. That doesn't really work here, but I would like to go for. I would like to go BTR. I want to see them play more aggressive. I got some theories. We'll talk about them a little bit more in depth later on. But BTR, I got some reasons as to why I want to see them do well. And I feel like we're back in 2020, Jason. So yeah, BTR.
Okay, well, you can see the format of how it's going to work. And all you really need to know here from all this crazy graphic is top 3 teams from each group will advance directly to the grand finals. Teams in 4th through 11th will have to play out in a survival stage where you have to be in top 16 to make it into last chance, where there's only going to be 6 more teams to come through. So there's not many slots. We have the best teams in the world here going head-to-head. Honestly, it's anyone's game, and the thing is, it doesn't really become easier. At least in the groups, you do have that safety net of you don't have to qualify for the first time, but every team out there is hungry. And speaking of hunger, Hot Jukes, $3 million. Everyone wants a bite of that prize pool.
That's a big number right there. $3 million on the line. I mean, this is the quintessential peak of PUBG Mobile Esports. I mean, yeah, Alpha 7 on PMWC, that is unbelievably massive. This is the other show, right? I mean, right at the end of the year, it really all comes down to this.
Yeah, and honestly, you can't really come into this event completely prepared because there's so many wild things that can happen. So many different regions bringing in their own playstyle, Max, that whatever might be comfortable for you when it came to your region, it might not work for you when on the global stage.
Well, Jason, after PMWC, I think we can all somewhat agree Edge is not the way.
That's true.
Edge meta,
yeah, it's crazy.
It's good when you got feeder teams, right, Jukes? But when you have all of these incredibly stacked teams that sure have different playstyles, but when it comes down to it, they can frag out. If they take a 4-on-4 fight, it's almost a 50-50 split between all the squads. Center is the way if you want to go really far. It's been proven by Alpha 7 back in PMWC. So if you're Edge, you might be having to or speed up your rotates a bit or completely change the way you approach your strategy here.
For sure. I mean, I want to see development big time because that was proven in the last tournament. I mean, Alpha 7, I think the reason why they won the whole thing was because they played Edge for so long. So when they were stuck in those positions, more often than not, they figured out a way to kind of get out of there and still put points on the board. But when they decided to just, hey, let's no longer do this, it's too risky, let's just play center, man, I mean, they just destroyed everybody. So, yeah, I mean, definitely central playstyle is going to be the way unless somebody proves us something different here in this tournament.
Well, let's start to focus on a couple of teams here, Max. If I were to throw it to you with one team to talk about in particular, who would you want to bring to light here for everyone at home?
I kind of want to talk about a team that I feel like nobody really knows too much about, which is Miran Sejong in particular, here coming out from Korea. And this is a team that some of the players have played internationally before, especially looking at Hoxie that played in PMGC 2023 and just this back. He's played actually since 2018 in Star Challenge, Jason, so he's an absolute OG for MSJ. But this is a team that really has been ramping up the entire season locally in PMPS, and they are so damn aggressive, Jason. I really mean it. This team, if they get into the late game scenario, they're going to go out with 10, 15 eliminations. They really have such a strong hold on these late game situations that I think they could be an absolute threat in this lobby for first time global tournament for this roster. So, no, we might not know too much about MSJ, but keep an eye out. They might just surprise you.
Okay, well, Hot Chicks, I know you're talking a lot about Inca, but before we can hop into that, you got to take a look at how our matches will be played out today, our battlegrounds for you guys at home. We got Sandhawk coming up first, followed up by 3 Erangels and 2 Miramars. And if you're not familiar, this is how we've been kind of doing things over in CSA. I don't actually remember if EMEA runs the exact same order as well, but I know we have different PMSLs where things are a little bit different. Like, right, Hot Jukes, you're coming from America where you have double point days. And Max, as we know, you got to try doubly hard on those double point days. But I think this might be a slight change. And do you think this is maybe an advantage or disadvantage to teams coming from America is to not being able to rely on the double points?
I think it is because they're going to have to be consistent. But at the same time, right, when you have 3 Erangels back to back, that's going to give you time to just, focus on the same game, be able to make some slight little tweaks here and there, and be able to make those adjustments because they're going to definitely need to here. I mean, this lobby is stacked all the way from top to bottom. So, I mean, you got to be able to make the right plays at the right time.
It's going to be tough. I would definitely say. Hot Jukes, I know I did kind of mention Inco. Was there any team in particular you wanted to talk about when it comes to Group Yellow?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Eco, and I think I got to talk about it because I hope that I'm going to talk about them a lot more later, right? But just in case that doesn't happen, I'm going to talk about them right now. I mean, Inco qualified here through PMGC points. When it came to PMSL, they performed terribly, right? But they're going to be our NA. They're going to be our NA representatives here. I mean, I'm hoping it's one of those cases where they're like, you know what? We're just going to practice what we need to do in PMSL and focus for PMGC, because that's the only excuse that I could really give them here at this point.
Well, I gotta say, this might be one of the first times that I'm actually supporting an NA team to some extent, because Ninibit, give this man a DBS and you're set, for success to some extent.
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, Inco, you know what, maybe the best result we'll see from an NA team globally, Jason. We'll see, okay? We're looking good right now.
Okay, I didn't really know where to go with that when Hachikstoff was saying, Inco doing terribly. I'm like, but you're supporting them. I'm so confused.
They were so bad. I love them. Fantastic.
It was so bad, it was good. But they did finish, 13th place in PMSL Americas, and it's not really the ideal way to get into this event. But then again, you do have the likes of IHC who finished similarly when it came to CSA, but they obviously did get in from a special invite. We'll talk about IHC a little bit later on. But you guys at home who are curious about what device our players are using, it's Infinix GT20 Pro. You get yourself 120 FPS while playing on its 144 Hz AMOLED screen. Not to mention, this has been basically the official smartphone here all year. So if you want to play like the pros, make sure you pick one up yourself. Because, Max, I think you and I don't know, Hot Jukes, do you actually have one? Because we got one at PMWC.
Dude, come on, Pubg Mobile. Where's mine at? I need one of those.
You want this, Hot Jukes? You want this? You want this, huh? Yeah? Huh? Here, grab it. Just grab it. Just take it.
Performance right within my hands.
I get mine later. We'll just flex him. He'll be sandwiched between two.
Oh, yeah. That's the best way. But you guys also who are watching, make sure you check out PMGC 2024 over on TikTok. And if you post any content, make sure to use that tag as well, because we'd love to see how you guys are watching the show, who you're rooting for, or maybe you want to make fun of me, which doesn't happen often. Typically, it's over towards the way of MaxFan. And, of course, check out all of our social media channels as well here over on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. Max, I have to ask you, I haven't really been mean to you on the show today. Has that caught you off guard?
A little bit. You know what? I was expecting it after the rehearsals, but no, you're good. You're good, Jason. So thanks.
Saving it.
Nice guy.
I am saving it.
Oh, no. Okay.
For this right here over at the Grand Finals, if we're lucky enough to be there, you guys can actually get tickets still at the moment happening the 6 through 8 over in the UK. I know John and Blink are extremely happy about this because this has to be one of the shortest travels for them to an event ever. But it's going to be an exciting event. It's going to be hype. Make sure you guys check out and pick up your tickets when you can. And Hot Jukes, I mean, we talked about PMWC as being uncertain. And I think it was, hands down, until now, the most competitive event we've had in PUBG Mobile history. I'm curious, and I have a feeling that PMGC is going to be even better, considering we have more teams from more regions.
Hands down. This is gonna take it to an entirely different level here. I mean, just look at these groups. Look at these squads that are coming in. I mean, the level of details that these players have just really, the attention that they put in has just leveled up as time's gone on, and it's only gonna get higher years go by.
I mean, if I'm at home watching IHC be crowned with those sick gold jackets, man, I want one of those. Hopefully we see those again this year. But our teams to focus coming into our first match here. For me, Team Spirit, Twisted Minds, BTR, Hot Jukes, the Alpha 7, Inco, Twisted Minds, and Max, Direx, Twisted Minds, Mir, and Sejon. We all have Twisted Minds. Maybe we should talk about that here, actually. Max, go ahead.
I mean, it's interesting we have Twisted Minds, but I think that when it comes to global events, right, they have so many big names from different regions. I mean, just to go through the names, and I'm sure that you've heard about all these names in some way, shape, or form. Doran, Freak, Coops, Lord, Robs. Sorry, I went a bit hard at these French. This is really a super team that has performed really damn well locally, right? When it comes to fragging power, you put Lord, you put Coops, you put Robs all together, these guys are just going to absolutely shred it. And I was talking to Robs actually a few days ago, Jason, because they're 5 players, they're going to do some kind of rotation. So I'm intrigued to see how that's going to work out for them, because we see rotations all be super successful for the likes of maybe 4MV and other teams that tried and kind of failed. So, I mean, with these big names, it could be fantastic or it could fall flat on its face. So I want to see how this opening day is going to go for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and Hot Jukes, I mean, you know Coops, obviously, playing back in NA before. I think the most impressive thing about Twisted Minds is coming together like this before the fall season of PMSL EMEA and placing second at the end of it. I think that's a testament to, how well they're vibing together as a team.
I mean, so strong. I mean, it's so crazy. The Twisted Minds is really the only team that had two different squads, right, qualify here. And at the end of the day, they had to pick, what team do we go with? Do we go with our Brazilian squad? Do we go with our other region? By the way, shout out to those boys out there, man. They really, really crushed it, At the end of the day, they ended up picking the squad with Coops, And I can't blame them because, I mean, when it comes to global events like Maxman mentioned, these guys have been there so many times. They are seasoned. They are ready to go, and it's their time to shine. But at the end of the day, they're going to have a big hill to climb for sure.
And speaking of hills to climb, I mean, I feel like if it comes to PMGC, we always have to mention this team. Team Spirit, I had them at one of my teams to watch, and I'll kind of explain why. I feel like we just don't know what kind of team we get out of Kitsune and Co. Sometimes they do extremely well. Sometimes they're a big letdown. Thinking back to PMWC, they've obviously massively leveled up since then with their victory, be the champions of EMEA Fall.
Yeah.
But Max, I just really don't know what roster we're going to get. I know the highs they can have, but we also know the lows they can have, and that's the thing that makes it so hard to know how they're going to perform.
Look, we know fragging power-wise, you got Effect, you got Nomi, you got Matic. You're looking good. You can take on this lobby to some extent, okay? I just want to see, Jason, Hotrix, are we going to see Kitsune make it past the 10-minute mark in the end? If he does, I'm telling you, we're up for success. But no, for real, I think that ever since the addition of Matic, which is weird to say, he just rejoined the team now, but I think they could look really good, and I think that they took a really big L at PMWC. If there's any time they're going to wholly rethink their strat when it comes to global events, I think this is going to be the time. So, no, day one can be a bit weird, but I do want to see them make it through, maybe through the survival stage. I think top 3 is going to be rough in this group, Jukes. I don't know how you feel about it, but I feel like there's potential there for Team Spirit to go far.
Let's put it this way, man. When I was at PMWC, I saw Kitsune leave the game within 5 minutes all day long, right? But at the end of the day, dude, I just would see him just with sunglasses on, soaking up some Saudi Arabian sun, just having not a worry in the world. And that just shows confidence because he's like, you know what? I'm going to come back at PMGC, Jason. I think that's what he was thinking the whole time, right?
I think there was definitely a slight rebuilding period for them, obviously, bringing in Matic, and obviously before then, Kitsune joining the team. Yeah. And then we also saw Naomi end up leaving. I think they definitely have the potential, and again, Kitsune, I think he's... I don't know. I feel like he's definitely one of the smartest in-game leaders. I feel like he has a really good understanding of what his team can and can't do. It's just about moving those pieces correctly. But one team here we're going to have to mention, as we can see on the screen, Team Vampire, man. If we're talking about, we have been mean to them quite heavily, I'd say, before PMWC, because they always do well when it comes to international events, at least when it's invitationals, but they suck regionally. They come out as the champions of PMSL SCA Fall, and they performed really well at PMWC. Max, I think we're seeing a completely different Vampire, and I want to support them because they finally start to look good now in all aspects.
Yeah, we want to see them be more than just PMWI back-to-back champions, right? We want to see them actually do well at PMGC. And I think Tony K in particular, Jason, tried to prove you wrong. You were like, Tony K, no, not doing too great locally. And he's like, no, I'm going to be MVP. Sit down, Jason. We're going to make it happen. So, yeah, I mean, Vampire, I got to say, in particular, are playing a lot more aggressive, which is what I like. They're ready to suffocate teams out in the blue. I've watched a few of their games in SCA. They are just a jack of all trades. They are a very by-the-book team, but in a good way. They can play aggressive, they can play passive, wide rotates, quick rotates, edge, center. Their adaptability is second to none. And I feel like in a lobby like this, when you're kind of going in the unknown because you've got all these clashes of metas from different regions, Vampire Esports team really could have a magnificent start here on the first day. It's Halloween too. It's Spooky Day. It's Vampire Esports. Let's get it. It's great.
I always expect you to come in with a wig today, Max, actually.
Nothing can hide this hairline.
Well, I didn't say that. But Hodgix, obviously, in your opinion, what's the biggest ability a team should be able to have when you go from playing locally to global like this? We only have a minute left until we get to the first game, but adaptation for me is one of the big things that stands out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the big thing when it comes to a tournament like this, especially off the rip, is these teams kind of coming together and having a good idea of where they're going to drop, right? That's going to be number one. So off the rip, we may see a hot drop or two. It's possible for a team that's just like, no, we're going to take this spot no matter what happens. So if you can avoid that situation, I think you're going to be in a really, really good position.
Can we bring you over to talk to some teams in CSA? CSA, man, hot drop Mikado every single time with Star Wars, which we will see obviously in a later group. But yeah, very good point. Hot drops, I think you definitely want to avoid those early on, though they might happen. But it is a 4-day event, right? So you do have the time and the ability to have some bad initial matches. But it looks like, ladies and gentlemen, we are right around the corner from kicking off the first match of Group Yellow, the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2024. Going to be over on Sandhawk and be brought to you by our two lovely casters of John Allen and Blake.
As it is, of course, Sandhawk over in the jungle. My name is John. With me is Blank, and it's time to go global. Let's get in.
Let's get into this one right now, John. Straight over towards Sandhawk. First game of the day here in Group Yellow. First day of the tournament as well, as we get teams out of our plane into the map. Always nice start with Sandhawk here. Nice little bit of quick action to get us kicked off into the PMGC mood.
Absolutely. We've had a couple of practice games, a couple of scrims on these matches, so we'll see if teams are going to adjust around it. Over on the south side, maybe Major Pride and Inco are going to clash a little bit. They're quite close, but could separate out. Alpha 7 with a little North Scout from McGrellin, but that should be folded in nice and quickly. The rest of it seems fairly diplomatic over the rest of this map.
Yeah, I think that once you get to a PMGC, I mean, to be honest with you, I think Jason is completely justified in complaining about hot drops because they ain't fun a lot of times. However, once you get towards a PMGC, this is where you really do want to take things to the next level. You want to be able to make sure you're getting positions that you have tried to claim throughout all of your regional basis, right? And a lot of teams will look into that, be like, this team has won out in Picado multiple times. Team Spirit's won out in boot camp multiple times. So we'll just leave that to them. And this is what it's all been building up towards, realistically. So for these teams, I can't imagine there's going to be too many crazy things going on. A lot of that regional hot dropping was to secure positions for some of the biggest tournaments in the world, like PLWC, EWC, as well as PMGC here right now before we head towards those grand finals, as we said, in London, which was not the closest commute we've had all year, John, is it? It's from the bedroom to the office.
Absolutely, yeah. My own commute this morning, total of 10 seconds. Turning on the computer, getting ready, getting locked in. By the way, it's exciting to be here. We didn't even have to pack a suitcase. We are going on towards Twisted Minds over the north side, a team that the desk touched on quite a lot, and a team that we're very familiar with, having covered the EMEA region, right? This was a team that was built on fragging potential, right? But we saw some real maturations, I think most notably from Doran, over the course of EMEA, really settling into a little bit more of a supportive role, but we know that they have such a massive ceiling on their fragging potential. From the north side in Cal, though, with the circle as it sits, it's a little bit of a treacherous journey right now, because it did go southwest on this circle shift.
Yeah, I mean, for Twisted Minds, Doran used to be a little bit of a young whippersnapper, right? Biting at the heels of a lot of squads, but honestly, he's changed a lot since then. He was a crazy fragger back in the day, and still arguably is, but someone had to take that backline role, and I think that he started to pull that one up quite nicely, which is good to see. And it's something that Twisted Minds desperately needed, is someone to take a bit more of a defensive guardian role within the team, because they have so many strong players to put as that vanguard of the squad. So yeah, it's definitely an interesting one. Taking Cow as well is a smart choice. I think that they've seen firsthand how successful it can be for teams like Brute Force to start up towards Cow and work their way down. A lot of those tap mock wins are built off the back of a Cow drop, but we are heading down towards that southwest side, where we do have Miran Sejong as well as RSG alongside with Bro Harame, who are back again for another innings here in a global tournament.
I was slightly worried about RSG guarding out Team Spirit. They did drop on the south of boot camp on that split around the area, the compounds around there, and they did grab quite a lot of loot. I was worried that they were going to guard Team Spirit, which in general has been their kryptonite on this boot camp rotation. Hang on a minute. Pause that. Inco rolling straight on into Major Pride, but two of them getting torn down, a third as well. NA's last hope? Nah, no hope, mate.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. That had to be one of the, I hate to say it, one of the worst crashes I have seen at a global stage in a long time. I don't know what the game plan was. I guess that it somewhat goes quite poorly, considering quite a few players were already on the outside preparing to leave themselves. So when that crash comes through, there's 4 angles already looking towards you. Yeah, a weird one. A very, very weird one. Inco dips out in the first 4 minutes of the match. Almost instantaneously. Dude. Yeah. That's
not outlasting Kitsune is very sad.
Well, this is the thing, though. I think people are hating on Kitsune right now. I think this guy does survive quite a while to a lot of our games, and he was definitely changing things up towards the end of EVA 2. And I think Kitsune is becoming a bit more of a rock for that team, as opposed to trying to play the bird's eye view IGL that he used to in the past, which is, a tactical death into grabbing yourself more position in the old commander's seat.
That's a nice way of talking about questionable scouting decisions, but sure. Alpha 7 going to be the team that a lot of people are focused on right now. They have been trying to lead from the front, right? This is the team that came in, broke their curse over in Riyadh in the middle of the year for PMWC, and now they're looking to take the glory title here at the Global Championship. A team that really, really wants one of those top 3 spots, but they've got to prove it to us. The spot that they've got right now in the circle, pretty happy with it. They have got this compound under control. They're fairly clean into this circle as well. And they're pretty central, so it shouldn't be too much of a struggle for them to be getting in towards the top 7.
Yeah, I think for Alpha 7, they're a strong team. They're a very, very strong team overall. I mean, everyone on that team is particularly good at the game. It was nice to see that they held on to McGrellan as well, because I think there were rumours that he would have been leaving after PMWC, however, stuck with the squad, and understandably so, after getting yourself a big dub over in Riyadh.
Just escaping the spray downs there, but only by a sliver. Still, Loops will get through with 1. De Muerte still on the northeast side, with Loops trying to break through. You've got Xavier a little bit closer to that southwest side in Painan. So a little bit of a traffic jam developing on the west side of Quarry.
So we do have our circle closed soon. Runesday Jung playing a very, very passive playstyle over towards that western side, around Tambang, and no one really taking control of Ruins either is a curious one to me. I mean, even if you just want to take control of that plateau over towards the eastern side of it, not a bad position to play. It's slightly exposed, but there's plenty of hardcore around that area to keep yourself in shape. It's a curious one for BTR as well as Team Spirit, because they have really had absolutely no contest on their rotates downwards. Most people are more concerned about getting towards the centre. The desk was talking about what makes for a good team coming into a global tournament like this, and they said adaptation, but there is a little bit more that can be said about that, because it's a question of understanding the playstyles from multiple regions. You can get caught off quite a lot if multiple regions play the same way in terms of taking a quick central approach as opposed to playing edge. But if everyone plays center and you're one of the few teams that likes to play over towards the edge side of the circle, you can have a huge amount of control and a lot amount of space to work with. So it's kind of looking slightly deeper than just adapting as the days go on, but having that first day impression, even just map 1 here on Sandhawk, a bit like, right, there's a lot of central teams right now, we can probably get a lot done over towards that edge side of things. But yeah, it's a bit more split up than I would have expected to start things off. I think people are being very cautious going into day 1 here of the PMGC group stage.
I would agree with you, almost everyone though. Harame Bro, they've tried to hold a 2-2 split on the central island, leaving 2 towards Painan. They've now lost 1 of those and sent the other 2 all the way out west. They've now regrouped slightly after losing a player to Xavier. So definitely the team playing with the most risk right now, and it is absolutely coming back to bite them here as Alpha 7 find their south point as well, and they've just lost half of their team in the blink of an eye. So a little bit too bold on that split for my liking for Harame Bro. Xavier still the arbiters in Painan, but we saw a couple of players moving in on that south side as well to try and get past that Painan roadblock.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's a symptom of the circle, and something that I don't really think Harame Bro was sort of expecting, because I think that some teams do come out of their regions feeling like they're on top of the world. They can take a lot more space than potentially expected, which is fair enough. However, you come towards a tournament like this, you can't really take those 2-2 splits, especially on this circle. Like I was saying, there's a huge amount of compounds available, a lot of positions to play that are fairly safe. So for teams, it's not really a case of, oh, we're going to wait on the edge and we'll allow other teams to take 2 positions on the map. No, they're going to be sending straight towards some of these compounds to pick up positions for themselves, because it's one of the few circles that can hold this amount of teams early on in the game, which is certainly interesting to see. So I think Harami Pro just makes a slight mistake there, assuming they could take much more space than potentially they're allowed to. A lot of foliage on our screens here, John.
Yeah, so needs a little bit of a trim, that one. I'll get the gardeners on it. We'll send them on through. Vampire, going to try and cut their way through the dense undergrowth from the north side, out of the blue zone. Not too many players in contest for it, but they have to cross from that north island. Coming in late, maybe teams are a little bit less aware of it. I'm looking at the BTR crossing right now against Team Spirit's hold. I think that's going to be a little bit of a pop-off into stage 3, so we'll be keeping an eye on that. Zeus definitely could have an impact on that, as Zeus have just landed over towards boot camp and will be breaking their way down. So potential for a third-party engagement. I feel like Team Spirit could start to break out towards the southwest, lead from this compound and allow those 2 teams to face off against each other, pick up the pieces there on the north side.
Yeah, it's a curious one for BTR, because I think that what most people do say about them, and what Max has said multiple times, is that their rotates typically are very strong, but they are not fighters, man. They're not fighters. They don't like to take a lot of these engagements too often. They much more play it by the book, a bit more calculated, pushing the glasses up the noses, and looking for a more tactical approach here. But yeah, a lot of times from that position on that north side, you do need to sort of take some kind of contest with a team that plays Confluence. But we do head over towards Ruins, and I'm glad to see the Maroon Sejong do make that movement from that western side. They take up the lower ground in Ruins, as well as picking up some compounds up towards that south side. They could potentially regroup here. I probably would suggest it. Though what they don't know is that there is multiple teams that have not opted for a north crossing here. A lot of teams have wrapped round towards the east to sort of get away from that, which has given Vampire and BTR arguably a ton of movement to be had in these next couple of circles, and Alpha 7 getting caught off here.
2 knocks already, and Aura are going to absolutely capitalize on that opportunity. 2 players down from one of the strongest teams in the lobby. They are absolutely racking up those assists, symbiotic in nature, but there's a little bit of a bite back here from Alpha 7 up the hill as McGrellan tries to get those shots down towards Aura in response. Sky now holding down Solo. Spray down, looking to try and stop this flank from coming on through. You can see that Aura is split Alpha 7 with the remaining duo a little bit more together. McGrellan moving in, Revo on that flank angle. Doesn't have too much to play with here, but steps out wide, and that's a bad time. McGrellan able to put him down in the dirt, but there's a response yet again. Tries to go for a second, but Revo has his number, and Alpha 7 stays strong.
Yeah, incredibly smart move there from Alpha 7. You love to see it. I mean, this is what makes them a championship team, right? Because in that situation, they get the high ground. They see they're all exposed out in the open. Instead of just sending off to the distance, they think to themselves, the vehicle's exploded, they're all near it. Got to be 2 at least low. So they quickly capitalize on 2 of those elims.